ISD as well as in Arizona and nationwide. And so we really appreciate you being willing to provide this proclamation. It means a lot for our district and will be a source of pride for us to be able to convey to the rest of the community. Thank you.
I guess I'll get up here. You probably. I never have either.
1, 2, 3. One more for good measure. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
You're always filling up my voice back. Used to be ready now. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have January work anniversaries.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, your Senior Deputy City Manager. Have a presentation for you today to go over our January employee work anniversaries. I believe this might be our first one, so just to give you a general introduction, we celebrate our anniversaries in 5-year increments, and so that's what we bring before you until we hit 25 years, and then we believe that's such a dedication not only to our organization and the community that we want to celebrate what those individuals are accomplishing each and every year. So that is how this presentation will be presented to you each month, and if it's all right, I'll go ahead and get started. Sounds great. Okay, so beginning with our 5-year anniversaries, we have Sherry Lamont, who's part of our CVB team, or Discover Flagstaff, as our International Travel and Trade Manager, and also Keenan Keems. He's one of our recreation officials in our pros division. On this particular slide, both Tyler Schenk and Officer Brian Cook are both celebrating 5 years as well. And here we have Jesse Makaraka. He's a water services operator. This is a picture of him repairing a water line, as well as Robert Stone, who's one of our mechanics over in Fleet Services as part of Public Works. For 15-year anniversaries, we have Police Sergeant Nicholas Almendarez, as well as Heidi Lofgren. She's one of our deputy court administrators. For 20-year anniversaries, we have Sharon Super. She's one of our recreation instructors. This picture was chosen to signify the work that Sharon does at Josie Montoya, which is she's a stretching instructor for individuals that attend that facility. So here we start our 25 years and above. Our first is Barbara Thurber. She's celebrating 25 years with the City of Flagstaff and is currently one of our library specialists. So this is what we learned about Barbara as we checked in to see what she's been doing most recently, is that she is one of our rock stars in collection management services. She's making our patrons a priority when filling their requests as quickly as possible. She'll check with multiple vendors to find requested materials in order to gather that information for the patron. She handles the ordering of the vast majority of our collection and works to provide a great variety of reading materials, CDs, DVDs, and other resources to our community. She's also Flagstaff's material acquisitions. So she's a resource to all of the county libraries to make sure that they have the materials that they need as well. She's an exemplary employee who works hard to ensure patrons have what they need and want in our collection, and by extension creates a wonderful library experience. So we're glad to bring that forward to you about Barb. And this picture she actually chose because she loves to watch the ravens play in the snow in her neighborhood. So she wanted to share that with us all. Our next is who's celebrating 25 years is Tara Savage. She also works for the library as one of their specialists. In addition to her hard work with library newspapers and the magazine vendors, her daily efforts are making sure that those items are organized and ready for patron usage. She gives new meaning to the phrase "other duties as assigned." As employees, we often talk about that, and what does that mean exactly? Well, in her case, she's undertaken several projects to improve the patron's experience. Some of those more recent is locating some missing Arizona Daily Sun copies and sending them to be bound into books for archiving purposes. She's pulled collection items from non-circulating collection to fulfill holds and requests. And she's also creating labels in Braille to make sure that our collection is more accessible to those with limited vision. So Tara's always willing to help step up and find ways to ensure that folks are having their best library experience possible. Thank you, Tara, for that service. Next, we're going to talk to you about one of our parks employees, Ralph Hearn. So in the picture here, he is just here to the front left. This is him here. And he is a 27-year experienced park professional. He brings many attributes to this team, such as his experience, his fiscal responsibility, his daily operational awareness, and lastly, his keen sense of listening. He's one of our EAC representatives and has served well in that regard. He's currently the park supervisor managing the Citizen Cemetery and also the trash restroom crew in this section. He's passionate about viewing football, and with the recent World Cup, they've had a lot of fun talking about those amazing matches. In addition to football, Ralph enjoys traveling, so hoping this 27th year with our city will bring him great adventures, and we're so thankful that he's with our pros team. Congratulations, Ralph. Our next employee that we're going to highlight is Carrie Nelson. She's been with the city of Flagstaff for 28 years. The last 23 of those has been, with our CVB team. She's an invaluable team member as part of our administrative specialists that work in our Economic Vitality Division. They exchange best practices and truly operate as a team. She can be counted on to keep things running seamlessly for Discover Flagstaff and remains flexible when other parts of the division come calling. Trace shared with us when we were checking in with him about Carrie and what she's been working on most recently is that he remains grateful for Carrie's contributions to this team. I know she's with us today listening, so congratulations, Carrie. We really appreciate your service. Jeff James is one of our police department employees. He started for the department in January of '93. He grew up in Flagstaff. He attended Christensen as well as Coconino High School. He is one of our most senior employees after 30 years of service. His father also served the department as a corporal. He was promoted, so Jeff James was promoted to sergeant in 2013. And then in 2014, when we implemented a traffic unit, he was assigned as that unit supervisor. He certainly brought a lot of passion to this new role and conducted in-service training for the motor officers, developed several programs within the unit to provide better service to our citizens. Over the years, Sergeant James has served as a field training officer, a DARE instructor, a collision reconstructionist, a driving instructor, and is a past recipient of the Meritorious Service Award, Officer of the Year Award, and the City Manager's Excellence Award. He's a member of the department's ethics committee, so he does quarterly ethics training for the department and enhances the department image to Flagstaff's community. These presentations help the officers give the best possible customer service to the citizens. His leadership and dedication provides quality customer service to everyone. Away from work, Sergeant James enjoys riding motorcycles, which is great, I guess, that he's in charge of that traffic unit, right? So thank you to Sergeant Jeff James for his 30 years of dedicated service. And I know that he's not here today because he's actually working with our new officers in the academy. So that is what we have for you today to celebrate our January work anniversaries. We greatly appreciate all that our employees do on behalf of this community, and it's a great opportunity to share that work with you as well as our public. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Shannon, and I really appreciate that you all call attention to these really significant milestones of all of these employees, and thank you to all of you who were recognized today for being part of this team here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. Okay, we are down to item number 8, consideration and approval of purchase contract with Scheidt and Bachman USA Incorporated for the airport paid parking system. Please correct my horrible pronunciation.
Actually, that was very good. Give me 1 second here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Brian Gall, and I'm the Programs Manager at the Flagstaff Airport. Today, I'll be talking with you about the Airport Parking, Access, and Revenue Control System, also known as the Airport Paid Parking System. This project has been under development for a number of years, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time today going over the history of parking at the airport, the process of moving to a paid parking system, and how this specific contract fits into that system and future airport parking operations. So for a little bit of background of parking at the airport, the existing lot that most people are familiar with, we're referring to as the terminal lot. That's the lot that is directly across the street from the airport terminal. It has about 385 parking spaces and was built with the terminal when the terminal was constructed in 1993. About half of that lot is original, and it was expanded in 1997. So that has been the primary and really the only parking lot available at the airport for about the last 25 plus years. As many of you know, that lot has had some issues with abandoned and improperly parked vehicles and is often near capacity. To address that for the short term, we have a temporary overflow lot, though this project and our new economy lot are hopefully going to address that in a more permanent method going into the future. So that new economy lot I mentioned, you can see it as a rendering in this map here, is going to be a little bit further from the terminal. It's connected to the terminal with a 10-foot wide sidewalk and will house about 415 parking spaces, so it more than doubles the parking capacity at the airport. As I mentioned, we've had issues with parking capacity that leads to improperly parked vehicles at the airport, similar to some of the images on your screen here. People parking within the landscaping or along curbs that makes things like snow plowing challenging. Those issues are also exacerbated by abandoned vehicles that we've had left at the airport. As an unpaid long-term parking lot, we have people that leave vehicles there, sometimes for an extended period of time. Sometimes we found with no real intention of coming back to get them. So that's kind of a unique challenge to our parking facilities. So in 2021, we moved forward with the construction of that new economy parking lot. The paid parking system will be used in part to pay back the loan the airport took from the general fund to construct that lot. That lot is very nearly complete at this point. And the reason we moved forward with that, as I mentioned, is the challenges we've had with parking capacity that are due in part to the number of passengers we've seen at the airport. So in the last 4 to 5 years, we've actually seen a 64% increase in enplanements. Enplanements is one passenger getting on an aircraft. So our number of passengers traveling out of the airport has gone up by 64% from 2017 to 2021. Many of those travelers are from outside of the Flagstaff area as well. So as an airport, as a regional airport, we serve more than just the citizens of Flagstaff, really the whole northern Arizona community. So we might have travelers coming from some distant cities or neighboring communities. They don't really have a way to get here besides their vehicle. The addition of the paid parking system within this lot and the terminal lot will allow for some increased parking enforcement. So once we have the capacity to allow passengers to park in spaces, when they can find spaces and don't have to resort to things like the landscaping or the drive aisles, it will allow us to actually partner with our partners over at Park Flag and enforce the parking rules and regulations at the airport as they exist. And I'll be going over some of our enforcement plans on a later slide. One of the other advantages of the paid parking system is that it will encourage alternative transportation. So as part of the construction of the economy parking lot, we added bike lanes, bike lockers, and some additional bike racks at the airport. So that can be useful for anybody who is able to take a bike to the airport. Also could encourage things like people taking one vehicle to the airport when they maybe would have split that previously. Really, we're hoping that paid parking will change the behavior of passengers and people who use the parking lot at the airport, including discouraging parking at the airport for people unrelated to airport activities, at least for the long term. Sometimes now we see people who maybe lack space to store a vehicle and know that our parking lot is free, and they might bring it out there and leave it there for an extended period of time. So this is a way for us to track that and help mitigate that. Now, Council has previously made several decisions regarding the paid parking. This isn't all of them, but this is a snapshot of some of the big ticket items related to paid parking. Back in December of 2019, staff provided plans for developing the new paid parking lot and for the paid parking system. In April of 2020, staff presented design concepts for the new parking lot and discussed how a paid parking system could work. In March of 2021, Council awarded the contract for the construction of that new economy lot. And in December of 2021, the new parking rates and fees were established. So as I mentioned, this project is part of a much larger effort to develop paid parking at the airport. So this slide shows the steps to get to that paid parking system. So as I mentioned, the construction of the new economy parking lot is very nearly complete. The parking rates were previously approved by Council in December of 2021. We're currently undergoing improvements to the existing parking lot. That is really focused on the infrastructure that's going to be required for the paid parking system to operate at this time. So things like entry and exit lanes, the medians that will go in those lanes, and the electrical and communications equipment needed to support the paid parking system itself. Which brings us to the item that is in front of you today, which is the purchase and installation of the parking access and revenue control system. So that is the hardware, meaning the gates, the pay stations, the equipment, and the server that will host the paid parking system itself. After this contract, there are a few other steps that we'll need to take before paid parking is fully implemented. You might see some of these depending on how they fall under our procurement regulations. One of those would be the contract for consumables, things like tickets and receipt paper for the parking system. A contract for a company to do credit card processing, so when people pay by credit card, will have a way to be processed and entered into the city accounts. A contract for remote customer service that we'll talk about a bit more later when we talk about parking operations, and an update to the airport rules and regulations in city code. That is really to help us with enforcement. As I mentioned before, as a long-term parking lot, there are some things that with a paid parking system and additional enforcement we're going to need to define. For example, how long is a vehicle going to be allowed to park in the lot before it's considered abandoned? So those are some of the definitions we'll be looking to add to our rules and regulations to assist us with our parking enforcement. So that brings us to the item in front of you today, which is the paid parking system contract. The proposed supplier is Scheiden Bachmann USA Incorporated. They were selected as the preferred supplier through a competitive RFP process. Last fall, the airport issued a request for proposals and received 6 responses. A panel reviewed those responses, and Scheiden Bachmann was the highest scoring of the vendors in those proposals. The company provides paid parking systems at airports across the country. The graphic on the right side of this slide shows some of the different airports that they provide parking systems at, including many others here in Arizona and other airports with similar climates to Flagstaff. Places like Reno, Dane County, Wisconsin, which is in the Madison area, Chicago, things like that, places that experience similar weather conditions to us. They do also have employees based in Phoenix and Flagstaff and have representatives both here in person and on Teams today if you have any questions for them. So for the proposed system itself, as I mentioned, we have the 2 lots, the terminal lot and the economy lot. Each lot has 2 entry lanes and 2 exit lanes. Within those lanes, the equipment shown up here will be installed. So that equipment includes gates for the entry and exit lanes, ticket dispensers on the entries, exit verifiers on the exit lanes, license plate readers. The reason we have license plate readers in the system is that since vehicles pay upon exit, if we want to know how long a vehicle is in the lot, we need to be able to record the vehicle's information when it enters. That way we can run a report and check and see if we see a vehicle that we start to suspect has been there some time. We can use our enforcement activities to declare that abandoned if necessary and hopefully contact the owner and have it moved or towed or ticketed if necessary. That system will also facilitate people who might lose their ticket upon entry or on exit when they come back. If they go on a trip for a while and misplace their ticket, as long as we have their license plate information from the entry, it's very easy to look them up on their exit transaction. The system will also include lane status indicators that show whether a lane is open or closed for maintenance, and uninterruptible power supplies, which are battery backup systems, so the system will continue working in the event of a power failure. There will also be a pay station in the terminal near the baggage claim area, so passengers that are coming back from a trip while they're waiting for their bags to arrive can actually go pay their parking fee, and with that license plate reader system on their way out of the parking lot, if the system captures their plate correctly, the gate will just open as they approach and reduce the queuing time upon exit. I should also mention that this system also includes some support activities, things like the server that the information will utilize, a workstation to make changes at the airport so we can make adjustments to the paid parking system, warranty and preventative maintenance for 3 years, and training for airport employees and any contractors we have. So the paid parking system will change operations at the Flagstaff Airport. It's going to be a change for our travelers, our visitors, and so we've taken some steps and are continuing to take steps to make the rollout of the system as smooth as possible. One of those is that we've added wayfinding signage, similar to the signs on the right side of this slide, showing instructions and directions for passengers to get to both the terminal lot and the economy lot. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to be looking for a contract with a third-party customer service provider. So the airport operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, we could have passengers that need help at the lot any hour of the day. So to better facilitate that and make sure they have a good customer experience, we're going to be looking to add a contract with a company that's available via intercom on that parking equipment. So as a passenger is leaving, if they have a question or having an issue with their ticket or the equipment, if they push a call button on it, they'll be connected to a live person and can troubleshoot that issue and even open the gate remotely if necessary. That's under separate contract, so that's more of an operational thing that we'll be bringing back to you in the future, but wanted to give you a heads up that that's part of how the system will operate. Additionally, as I mentioned, parking rules and regulations will be enforced by Park Flag. Park Flag has been heavily involved in this process. We've worked with them and have a budget set aside to have a full-time equivalent Park Flag staff member working at the airport to help us with preventative maintenance on the equipment, enforcing parking rules and regulations, and general traffic flow around the airport. So as I mentioned, this contract in front of you today is for the paid parking system, which is one part in that much larger process to develop paid parking at the airport. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Council, do we have questions?
I do have one question on the top of my mind, just based off of the presentation. Thank you very much. So if people lose their ticket, is there going to be a fee associated with that, or will I understand the license plate will be recorded on the way in, so the system will know how long they've been there. I do know that a lot of parking structures will ding you for not having your ticket with you. That seems unnecessary in this case. I'm just curious what the answer to that question is.
Yeah, Mayor, Vice Mayor Aslan, thank you for the question. At this time, we're not planning on charging for lost tickets. Our hope is that with the system, with the backup of the license plate readers and the other ways we can look it up, that there wouldn't be an additional fee for that. And hopefully with the license plate reader system, there won't even be much of any kind of additional effort on the customer's part or airport staff with that. So our hope is that the system is pretty streamlined, and even in a case of a lost ticket, it still should work as intended. I think worst case scenario, either the third-party customer support staff or airport or Park Flag staff can assist, but at this time there's no plan to charge any additional for that.
And how is that license plate information recorded again? Is it plugged in? I could see a lot of user error occurring that way, or is it a photograph that's taken?
There's a license plate reader on a pedestal at the entry and exit gates, so it automatically records license plates. We wanted to make sure the system was redundant and didn't require the license plate information. So in an example like the past month where we've had a lot of snow, if somebody's plate is obscured, I didn't want them to have to get out and clear it. So it's not guaranteed that the license plate will be captured in every case, especially in those bad weather conditions. But we hope that the addition of that system will be a good backup for us to help reduce some of those customer support calls.
Okay, thanks. I think you mentioned that. I appreciate the additional clarification.
And Councilmember House has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. This is great. I want to echo what City Manager Clifton noted in the chat, that this definitely has been a long process, and it's really exciting to see us getting to this point. I'm just curious, and it might be a completely separate conversation, so let me know if it is. But I'm wondering if any consideration has been given to either further development of an airport shuttle service or a continuation of the shuttle pilot that was recently run as another means of, encouraging different modes of transportation, or not necessarily discouraging parking at the lot, but just providing that alternate option for folks. And I see it looks like Heidi slipped in behind you. I don't know if maybe she has an answer for that.
I'll start off, and then she can jump in if I miss anything. Thank you for the question, Councilmember House. There has been continuing ongoing talks with Mountain Line about providing additional services to the airport, and those are ongoing. The shuttle service they provided last summer was funded by a federal grant that Mountain Line received. I think that pilot program from the airport's perspective was very popular and is something we would definitely like to see continued, though at this point I don't know that an alternate funding source has been identified. Certainly, if Mountain Line is able to find some funding for that in the form of another grant, we would be more than happy to have that service back at the airport. Sure.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. The one thing that we would like to express, and Barney Helmick, our Airport Director, is with us today, we feel that the shuttle service is a much better solution than a bus service to the airport. And the service was doing very, very well. They were just having some issues with getting enough staffing. So we're definitely wanting to continue to have that conversation in the future. But the shuttle service was actually working very well. And so we would hope that that would be the route that they could look into for the future.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I am supportive of this effort for basically two reasons. One is that it's part of the program to improve the service, overall service. And the other thing is that it'll help us towards our goal of making the airport an enterprise fund where it's self-supporting and not having to take subsidies from the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Do I have a motion? Would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the purchase contract as listed in item 8 and items, sub-items 1 and 2 under that.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Council Member. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are down to item number 9. Hold on just a moment. Hello. Item number 9, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-03, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 12 Floodplains Chapter 12-02 Stormwater Management Utility by amending Section 12-02-002-003 Schedule of Stormwater Maintenance Utility Service Charges and Fees. I could do this all day. Providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, penalties, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. All right, so we will continue the public hearing that was originally opened on November 15th and have a presentation from staff. Welcome, Ed.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Ed Schenk, Stormwater Manager. We'll also have a number of other folks joining us today, and I'll let them introduce themselves. as we come through here. Obviously, we're here for the stormwater rate. To give you an overview, we'll start with the stormwater program. For some of you, you've heard this many times. For some of others of you, it's relatively new. We will talk about financial planning for the utility, the rate study journey, so rather long journey that we've taken to get here today, our new baseline operation and maintenance needs, and then provide 3 capital plan scenarios and a financial plan based on those 3 scenarios. We'll also provide the impact, the economic impact of those scenarios, then outreach, and then discussion. So a quick overview of the stormwater program. We are a program that was created in 2003 under community development. We were switched over to water services roughly 12, 13 years ago, and are currently underneath the water services engineering section under the water services division. We are a relatively complex stormwater utility. Stormwater utilities are pretty common across the United States. There's over 2,600 of them, 7 in Arizona. The one here in Flagstaff, like I said, started in 2003. Was started mostly with the typical things that you find in a stormwater utility. So we're going from the most core services at the top to the things that are a little bit more unique here in Flagstaff. So those core services are what we're required to do by federal regulations, including the MS4, which is the municipal separated stormwater sewer. So our separate stormwater conveyance compared to our sanitary sewer required by EPA. NIPD's, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, also required by EPA. Water quality also required by FEMA under their National Flood Insurance Protection or Plan, NFIP. So also because of that federal regulatory environment, we have outreach and education, drainage development review, construction inspections. This all kind of goes under the same categories. And then as we move down, there's the more unique things that we do here in the city of Flagstaff, including obviously climate change planning and management related to our climate action and adaptation plan, rain and stream gauging, so our flood alert infrastructure, what we use for our early alerts for Spruce Wash as well as Schultz Creek, downtown and south side now, flood proofing, individual flood proofing, and direct assistance, regional watershed studies, regional forest studies, working with our fire group, and regional flood management, including post-fire. So things that are a little bit more unique to Flagstaff than, say, a stormwater utility in Nebraska or Alabama. To give you kind of a quick history here, in 2001, an ordinance was passed to create the stormwater utility. They spent 2 years working through what that would look like, the Stormwater Advisory Committee, with a recommendation of creating it with the FEMA floodplain management review, so separate from the county, development review, construction inspections, maintenance funding, water quality, and MS4. At the time, the SWAC, the Stormwater Advisory Committee, also recommended capital improvements. That was actually stripped out at the onset in 2003. Unfortunately, there's some rather large floods in 2003, and they almost immediately went back into a rate adjustment, which was passed in 2005. With that rate adjustment in 2005, we brought a modest capital improvement program, roughly about $190,000 per year, into the stormwater program, and as well as drainage investigations. 2007 was the start of our master planning, so that was what we call NEMADS, Northeast Area Master Drainage Study, which continued from 2007 to 2010. In 2010, they recommended roughly $70 million in 2010 dollars worth of maintenance upgrades or capital improvement upgrades throughout the city of Flagstaff. In 2009, that's when we started really upgrading our alert network. That's the early alert flood gauges, so both rain and flow, and also implemented that LID ordinance. It's the Low Impact Development Ordinance, Green Infrastructure Ordinance. 2012 was when the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Plan came through, which really got us involved with regional watershed management. And then our last rate adjustment was started in 2018 as the Rio Flag Flood Control Project with the Army Corps really started to spin up. And then obviously we have the big changes in the last 3 years related to climate action adaptation plan, continuation of that Rio de flood control project, and a post-fire environment, both the museum fire and pipeline fire that you heard about last week with Scott Overton. So the stormwater utility is funded through rates, through utility rates, and the basis of this rate is what's called an ERU, so equivalent rate unit. It's a relatively commonly used way of funding stormwater utilities. Somewhere between 50 and 80% of utilities are funded by one type of ERU or another. The wide range there's differing versions of what ERU means for different communities. Here in Flagstaff, that ERU is based on 1,500 square feet of impervious area. Currently, residential properties have a maximum of 5 ERUs, so a 5 ERU cap. The average residential property in the city of Flagstaff has 3 ERUs. Commercial properties, and this includes governments, so this is city, county, state, and federal lands within and parcels within the city limits, do not have a maximum ERU. So the city does actually pay into our own stormwater fund. Impervious surfaces are reviewed every 3 to 5 years using new ortho imagery. So this is aerial imagery. I think I get a point for that. I think that was something, yeah, thanks. All right. New ortho imagery that we procure, as well as LiDAR, which is light detection and ranging. So it's a survey method using lasers on the planes. So we are currently completing a review based on 2021 ortho imagery and LiDAR. Anticipate implementing that review or the results of that review this year and into next year as we start to see those changes. So a summary of our accounts, we have roughly 100,000 ERUs currently, and they're split almost equally between residential and commercial. So about 50% residential, 50% commercial. And again, commercial also includes government. So it includes city, county, NAU, other state properties, state land trust, as well as federal. We also have that credit manual. This was updated last year. For those of you that were on council then, we did upgrade the credit manual in the fall. And this is a way of reducing your stormwater bill by going above and beyond current code. So there's different ways, if you look at the credit manual, of reducing, if you're a resident or if you're a business or a nonprofit or even government, of reducing your bill by going above and beyond our current stormwater regulations. And you can see here a kind of a summary of who currently gets, or how many at least, get one type of credit or another. So with our current rates, again, it's $3.74 per ERU. We have capital funding roughly of $600,000 per year. That's about half a project per year. And a limited operations budget, both for operations related to development review, construction inspections, everything I was talking about before, as well as operations related to flood mitigation and flood response, which were currently unfunded. Due to this, we do have an unsustainable budget. We are going in the red, as we've discussed in the past. And I believe Brandy will be speaking to that a little bit later on a slide from the finance director. Apologies. So working through that, that is kind of an issue that we have, that our O&M is kind of driving us into that red, if you will. To give you a quick history of our capital improvement programs, this is kind of a list of what's been completed since 2005. And again, when this was started in 2005, was initiated, we had a relatively modest budget. It was under $200,000. And then as we've increased rates, we have increased the amount of capital funding. So up to $500,000 by 2015. And then by 2016, we've been staying relatively stable at $600,000. And this has funded a number of designs, including the Solier Low Water Crossing near the Summit Apartments, the Columbia Circle design. It's also funded a number of other things like the city-owned LID basins. We have 15, just so that we show that we're holding ourselves to the same standards as we expect developers to hold themselves to. And then obviously quite a few projects more recently. So Linda Vista Culvert upsizing in 2020, the Phoenix Avenue Bridge, which just completed this last summer, Paradise Channel widening, this is work with the County Flood Control District to improve the Spruce Wash Channel at the top of Paradise. The Dorothy Culvert and Channel, Schultz Creek Basins, big win. We paid for the design of that. Obviously, the NRCS helped pay for the construction, and then a number of others. And with that, I'm going to turn it over for a few slides with Sanjay.
Good afternoon, Honorary Mayor, Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'd like to do the presentation associated with the financial plan. So before we start diving into the numbers and sort of understanding where we are and where we're going, I want to first take a step back and ask ourselves, well, what is a good financial plan? What is a sustainable financial plan? And what are the criteria out there that we should look at? Well, there's 3 of them. The first is that we want to make sure our rates, the revenues that we generate, cover operating costs. So as you know, there's basically 2 types of costs, or 3 types. There's operating costs, debt service, and capital projects. And we want to at least have rates cover operating costs, and that's making sure we can pay for the staff, the lighting, and all. And that's just good business practice if you just think about it from a business perspective. The second one is associated with debt issuance. When you issue debt, you have an obligation. And there's an obligation from the borrower, and they want something called a coverage ratio. And we can get more into technical details about it. But it's an obligation that you need to be able to meet a certain level of income or revenue coming in. Now, in your case, the debt service is obligated both by water, sewer, and stormwater. So it's all together. That's how you actually calculate it. Ideally, a good standard would be that stormwater could stand on its own 2 feet. So it's not necessarily leaning or on water and wastewater. And in the future, you may be issuing more debt, and so you want to have some flexibility there, especially on the water and the wastewater. The third is reserves. Now, reserves are sort of like the ending balance of your checking or saving account. You might have some money in your savings account, and it's only one time. It's you have it, you lock it in, you have that amount. You can draw down on it, and the reserves are there for cash flow needs. So you generate revenue on a certain periodic basis, you receive it, but you have costs that occur on a different basis. So typically, it's 25%, and that's a policy that's consistent with water and wastewater. What we're also recommending is to have an emergency reserve. As you know, there has been, with stormwater, a lot of emergencies in the past. So we want to be able to have some money set aside for those emergencies. We understand that the implication of building up that reserve overnight it will have an impact to customers. So what we're doing is we're phasing that in over time, so that by 2027, we actually have $2 million in reserves. So that ideally we have it today, but we understand there's a balance here with customer impact. So we don't want to try to minimize that, but at the same time, thinking forward and ahead, have a good plan. So this is the world that we lived in, a crystal ball world before the fires. There's a lot of numbers here, but I want to hopefully go through it relatively quickly, but this is the level of nuances that we do when we do our financial analysis. So the beginning is the beginning balance, sort of like the beginning of your checkbook. If you were to have how much money do I have in my checkbook at the beginning of the year? So in 2023, you have $13 million. There's some debt issuance proceeds in there. So that's good. You're healthy. You have money to spend for projects. You're planning to do this. Again, this is the world before all the fires. I just want to make sure we emphasize that. Next is the sales from stormwater, $4.4 million. You see that it increases each year. It's increasing because of growth. So again, it looks good. We have other sources of revenue coming in, interest earning on income. We see the total at the bottom, $4.6 million roughly in there. Next, we have operating costs. As you can see, operating costs this year is higher because there was a cost that we didn't anticipate in the budget. So actually, it's much higher than what the budget was approved, so it's 1.8. But if we go back to the budget level that we thought of before the fires, it would have been $1.4 million. That was the budget that you approved, roughly. And that's increasing based on inflationary associated with salaries and benefits. Then we have the current debt that you have on the books. Then you have the proposed debt. You are planning to issue debt, $16 million of debt. So that was already anticipated in the book, and so that's the bond proceeds associated with that. So then we have the total operating costs and debt service. Then you have what I call net revenue, the subtraction of the two. And you can see those are positive. You have, $1 million positive to fund capital projects. Looking great. Everything's looking great. Then you have your capital projects. And then how do you fund your capital projects? Well, you fund your capital projects through debt issuance, as we're doing in 2024 of $16 million. You're hopefully able to secure grants. That's always great. And you see we have some grants there. In there of $1 million, sometimes almost $2 million in 2027. And then we have how much we're going to pay for through cash. And that's the next line. Then we have the net income, what we're drawing down on reserves. Either we're drawing on reserves or putting into reserves, and we have the ending balance. And as you can see, the ending balance is healthy. We have the reserve targets over there, and we're always above the reserve target. So in this world right here before the fires, everything looked good. The staff had a plan. They implemented it. Now, unfortunately, the fires occurred. And this is, yeah.
I'm happy to give this slide. Thank you, Sanjay. So again, we're talking before the fires. So, before really 2019. So right as we updated the rates based on the Rio de Flag. For the capital needs, largely these are driven by the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project, as well as by prior master planning, which are the NEMADs, known deficiencies either prior to NEMADs or at the same time, and then resident and business complaints. We were mostly working through with $600,000 a year. Our deferred CIP remained about the same. And what I mean by that is we would finish roughly one project about the same time that a new project would come in. So we were treading water pretty good, quite a bit of deferred CIP, but we were working it pretty well. Outstanding CIP prior to the fire, Steve's Wash at Solier, being a business complaint, Columbia Circle, a resident complaint, Wildwood Hills, a development. Fanning Wash has numerous projects on it, mostly NEMADS driven. Some of you might remember in 2021 that Prius video that kind of went viral. That is due to issues on Fanning Wash that was unrelated to the fires. And then numerous neighborhood drainage improvements in numerous neighborhoods throughout Flagstaff that had drainage issues, mostly nuisance drainage issues. I say that, when I say nuisance, it means it's not a life and safety issue. That doesn't mean that it's not a big deal, especially if you're flooding your house. But it's not a life and safety issue. You don't have a velocity issue of 10 feet per second of water coming through your house. It may just be ponded water. So when I say nuisance, I don't want to put forward the idea that it's not a big deal. And then obviously fire and then changes in weather patterns as well has really impacted the paradigm. So we're talking quite a bit about fire, but we've also had a number of severe weather impacts in the last, I'd say, 10 years. And that is something that we're still working with the National Weather Service, the county, and others to determine what our new flood risks are. It is a nationwide problem, as all of our flood probabilities are based on history and not forward-looking. So that is something we're still working on. And with that, I believe we're lucky enough to have Brandy Suda here as the financial director, and she will give us a little bit of update on the financial impact of the flooding events.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Brandy Suda, serving as the city's finance director. And so while many city funds have been impacted by the flooding events, such as our Highway User Revenue Fund and our General Fund, stormwater has seen impacts have been significant. And just to note that this slide is only reporting on those impacts related to the Stormwater Fund. So during the previous fiscal year, as well as the current fiscal year, the Stormwater Fund used over $3.3 million in financial resources for flooding response, pre-flood mitigation, as well as capital projects. The Stormwater Fund expended or has committed over $770,000 in flood response, such as cleanup and repairs for both the museum and Pipeline West flooding events, with an anticipated reimbursement about $470,000 through our emergency declaration with DEMA and FEMA. And we most likely will not see that reimbursement for another 2 to 4 years. The city has also expended and committed to expend $9.8 million within the Stormwater Fund for capital investments. This includes projects and items such as the Killip and Schultz Basins, the Dortha project, needed equipment, Tiger dams, and feasibility studies. This investment has been funded with multiple revenue sources, including $4 million for debt financing in the form of revenue bonds, $3.4 million in federal and state grants, and $2.4 million from the Stormwater Fund as a one-time impact, as well as an ongoing impact of $315,000 for the ongoing debt service payments related to the repayment of the $4 million in revenue bonds. And then lastly, in addition, the Stormwater Fund has expended $351,000 this past summer for pre-flood mitigation efforts. And in addition to the financial resources the city has expended and committed to the museum and Pipeline West flood events, the Flood Control District has also provided significant support in flood response and mitigation over the past several years. And just to note that none of these costs are included in any of these costs listed above. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And just on that last point, maybe as a reminder, maybe it's not a reminder, maybe it's news. Last year, the Flood Control District did provide us with 1.1 million sandbags. Those roughly cost $2.70 per sandbag. I have heard from the Flood Control District that we should not expect that level of support in the future. So to give some idea of the rate study journey, the review of our rate options, obviously the great news back in November, the voters did approve Proposition 441, which provided $26 million in general obligation bonds to stormwater for improvements in Spruce Wash. So this will provide $26 million out of that $100 million that we assumed would be needed for Spruce Wash, and we are actively working, you heard this last week, actively working quickly on providing the 7 projects within the Spruce Wash watershed to provide substantial and meaningful flood mitigation. So as we go forward and we start talking about the scenarios here today, we are not talking about anything related to Prop 441 or the $26 million in the Spruce Wash area, because this is already obligated and funded through the bonds. So the purpose of this rate adjustment is due, obviously, to these increased needs from the fire and flood events that we've seen in the past few years. And not just that, but also, obviously that's a demand on operations, on staffing, on equipment, on our maintenance budget. But also, we have inflationary costs. So the fact that, we have not changed that rate since 2019, and there has been substantial inflation, not just this last year, which we all know about, but just in the last 5 years, that has reduced our buying power, if you will, not only in O&M, but also on the capital side. So August 23rd of last year, we did put out our notice of intent. So we came to City Council, had our notice of intent for stormwater rate adjustment. We had a September 15th discussion with 2 scenarios based on whether that bond measure was adopted or not. And on October 25th, we had a discussion and public hearing for 3 scenarios: a minimal CIP, an early versus steady increase in the rates, and then one that had grant projects included. November 15th, we had another public hearing and discussion for another 3 scenarios. And then we extended that public hearing until today, so January 31st. We're providing 3 more scenarios. Each time we do this, we are trying to reduce the costs and try to meet the concerns that we're hearing about. So we are reducing the level of service slightly in the capital side, as well as trying to find any efficiencies we can on the O&M side. We should say that the bulk of the rate increase that we are presenting here is due to operations and maintenance. So that is the majority of what's driving this. The capital projects, which we're going to give those 3 scenarios, obviously those do cost quite a bit of money, but that is not the bulk of this rate increase. And I believe I'll turn it back over to Sanjay. He does his numbers better than I do.
Thank you, Ed. So Ed, we've talked about how life was before the fire. We've talked about the challenges associated with the fire. Now the question is what does this mean from a financial perspective? So these numbers are similar to the prior presentation in the sense the current revenues are the same. So we're just keeping that the same. We have other operating revenue. We have non-operating revenue. So the total revenues there, that number is the same as the prior one. Now the thing that's changed is the operating expense. Operating expense has substantially increased. As you can see, it's actually doubled from 2023 to 2024, from $2 million to $4.2 million. Then from there, it basically levelizes. It does drop off in 2028 because that's when we anticipate that the basin maintenance can be tampered off after all the stuff that Ed needs to do, non-technical word there. Then we have the current debt and we have the proposed debt. Those numbers are also the same. And then we have the total O&M with debt service. As you can see now, the bottom line is the most important, or the takeaway of this slide, is that we have a negative cost. We have a significant negative cost of $1.8 million, almost a little bit under $2 million. So what this means is that we're not even meeting the first principle of I talked about of a financial plan of meeting operating costs. So rates will need to increase substantially in order just to meet this operating, the first condition of a healthy financial plan. So in order to solve for that problem, what I did is I looked and I asked myself, what is the minimum amount we need in order to make the net operating position positive or close to zero? That is 25% in April, and then another 25% in January. If you'll note, in 2024 on the bottom over here, it is actually not zero, it's slightly below zero. So one could argue with me that it should be a little bit more than 25, should be 26, but I just try to keep the numbers even. So 25% are needed. As Ed mentioned, that's the bulk of the increases just to meet operating costs. Once we've done that, then we can layer in the additional CIP costs. I'm going to turn this over to Ed.
So before we get to the CIP, just to discuss a little bit of what goes into those O&M costs. So the $2 million, that large increase, what does that fund? So currently we have 2 full-time stormwater operators within water services and 1 part-time supervisor for the maintenance crew. That part-time supervisor is shared with our wastewater collections maintenance crew. They are responsible for cleaning 24 miles of FEMA-recognized channel. We are audited on that every year, so we have to provide that to FEMA every year, as well as over 100 miles of ditches that are not FEMA-recognized, but within city right-of-way, city easements, or city fee-owned. Over 60 miles of underground storm pipe, and those 15 city-owned LID facilities. So we have 2.5 people for that amount of work. On top of that, we have our additional needs. So we have the pre-season flood mitigation. Those are the sandbag days, the barriers that go in, our assessments for properties when requested, what type of mitigation do they need. Flood response, so obviously cleaning the roads when they are flooded, cleaning the foots trails, and then helping with individual assistance as needed. Fairly large cost, and a lot of that is the landfill tipping fees, moving debris out to the landfill. And then one big one big need that's going to be have to be met in the future are these regional detention basins. So the maintenance of that new Schultz Basin, the new Killip School Basin, Francis Short Pond, and the future, soon to be made, Parkway Regional Flood Mitigation Basins is rather substantial. So there's a large cost to that, mostly due to the dredging of those facilities and then the disposal of the sediment. So we have an expectation of a full-time supervisor instead of a part-time supervisor and 2 to 6 additional full-time operators plus equipment. I will say in this current rate scenario, we're looking to fund 2 instead of 6, so starting at the 2 side. So we'd be up to 4 full-time operators and 1 full-time supervisor. An example of these detention basins, this is not ours, this is the county's flood control district's basin on the east side of town, the Copeland Detention Basin. Completed in 2015, this is a picture of it shortly after completion for the 2010 Schultz fire. And then this is a photo of it in August of this year where it had completely filled with sediment. So you're looking at about a 4-foot, where they have kind of ended the escarpment here, that's about 4 feet tall, and they are still working on cleaning out that basin right now. So just to show that it's a real issue, and the same thing here in town. This is Francis Short Pond, kind of looks like a rabbit. On the right is the 2021 bathymetric survey. We need to work that in as a new term. So bathymetric survey, we'll get some points on that somehow. And the more the red that, I can't talk, the more the red, the redder the color here, the deeper the pond. And as you can see with our survey in 2022, after the Schultz Creek flood events, it filled in between 4 and 5 feet. So about 20% of that pond was filled in. And in a way, this is a good thing, because this pond was originally created in 1923 as the city's first flood control basin to protect downtown and south side. And we got to use it this year, and that's, I guess, not a good thing, but we did get to use it. To my knowledge, we only had nuisance flooding in south side and none in downtown. And with that, we have 33,000 cubic yards of ash and fine sediment that came through Schultz Creek, came in the Rio de Flag, and drained into the pond. So we still need to clean that out, and it will probably be quite expensive. We're still waiting on putting that out to bid just due to the amount of snow. But just to show that these are real, that we will have a continued need for enhanced operations and maintenance. All right. I think I have one slide before I get back to you. So Sanjay will go over these capital projects, but let me just kind of give you a quick rundown of what we're showing through our 3 scenarios. So what we're trying to do here is give you 2 bookends and then a middle scenario. So one bookend being a minimal CIP with scenario 1, the other bookend being scenario 3, where everything's paid for out of the stormwater rate, and then one that's in between. And to show what we have here, so we have different color codes, obviously. The top ones that are red funded, those or red colored, those are debt funded, either now or will be in the future. The ones that are this yellow color will be grant funded, so there will be, these are ones we already have on the books that will be funded by grants, but there is a 25% cash match that we need to make. White is rate funded, and then in this case here in scenario 2, green means those will be future grant funded, where we have to come up with that 25% match. So obviously the first one, the highest one here is the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project, where we have $16 million in debt. The downtown miles is coordinated with that. That's a $2 million debt service that we are paying. Kilbert Detention Basin, obviously we just completed that this year, but we still need to pay for it. So this is part of our urgency with trying to get this rate through, is we still need to pay for some of these projects that were completed or are being completed, and we assume that will be debt funded. The Schultz Creek Highway 180 culvert improvement. So this is Schultz Creek near that fire station number 5 to help prevent flooding in Stavana Way and upper Coconino Estates. We assume that will be debt funded. And then we have 3 that are grant funded. Side drain lateral north downtown, that's Santa Fe Avenue and Killip Inlet. Those are both going to be funded out of an environmental infrastructure project 545 Army Corps grant. And the Spruce Wash Resiliency, this is a Spruce Wash Channel grant that we applied for out of FEMA in 2019, and hopefully we'll get the money this year. We're still working through the agreement on that. Below are the spot improvements. These are small improvements, usually at catch basins, just to prevent any damage. Basically, it's life and safety for catch basins and road and gutter, curb and gutter, where we have issues of ponding, icing, or failures that need to be addressed right away. The Wildwood Hills Drainage Project, which is a private-public partnership. Spruce Avenue Wash North Inlet, again, this is now complete, but we still have to pay for it, and we assume that we'll be paying that out of rates in all 3 scenarios. And then the kind of change from scenario 1 to 2 and 3 are these other projects here, and you can see there's quite a few. Many of them are Fanning Wash related, both due to NEMADS as well as large flood events we've seen there over the years, as well as several others. Just kind of run through that quickly, and I'll let Sanjay talk over you can see the timing here, and he'll also talk about the cash flow.
Thank you, Ed. So this is scenario one, as I had mentioned, the minimum CIP needs. And what we've done is we've color-coded it where it's debt funded, whether it's grant funded, or whether it's rate funded. We have all the different, as you can see, we went through a very detailed level of analysis in that we identified the projects, we identified the expenditure, and we identified the source of revenues. To me, from a financial perspective, it's the bottom of this table right over here, where it shows the total amount that's being spent, and you have the total for the 6 years. You also have the grants that we're anticipating, we have the debt issuance, and we have how much cash we're using. So now in this scenario, as you recall, I was talking about $16 million. Now it's $18 million because we're going to fund the Schultz Highway 180. Part of that's going to be funded through debt service, so that's why it's now $18 million. And this is the first scenario. Scenario two is now more projects being overlaid. It is more grant funded. Again, what I like to do is look at the bottom, but if you have questions about the details, Ed's here to answer them. But we have the totals right over here. They are higher. Now, it's, let me just go back one. This was $35 million. Now it's $48 million, so almost a $15 million increase. The debt issuance amounts is still the same, but what we are anticipating is more grant funded. And that grant funded is 75% of the CIP project will be funded by grants. 25% will be needed to be funded by cash, by rates. And then we have the ending cash that needed to be funded, which is $17.6 million, and then $13 million. The next slide, this is basically the similar total, as you see, is 48.7. This is 48.7. The main difference here is more debt now. Now we have another debt issuance of 2027 of $5 million, but less grant funded. So this is more of a pessimistic scenario in the sense that we won't be able to secure those grants. So it's only $2.3 million and more rate funded CIP that needs to be funded through rates, which is almost $4 million. So what does this mean? Now let's layer in all the different information. We've provided you a lot of information. What does this mean from an operating CIP? So this is the minimum one. We would have to do 25%, then after that we would have to do a 4% each year. By doing that, we meet the ending balance is higher than the reserve target that we were set out. There's 1 year where the coverage ratio is lower. As you may recall in the beginning of the presentation or when I started speaking, the coverage ratio is dependent on all funds. This is just looking at stormwater. In an ideal world, stormwater can stand on its own 2 feet. So in this scenario, it's looking good, it's healthy, and it's meeting all the obligations associated with it. The second scenario is the one where we increase the CIP needs. We have more grants coming in. And that's what this shows over here. You see the $18 million debt issuance, the grants coming in over here, larger CIP needs coming in. What we would need to do then is 25%, then three series of 10% and 3.5% in order to meet this obligation. In order to do that, our ending balances are shown right over here. They're always higher than the reserve targets. Sometimes the ending balances are a little bit more higher than I would like. One of the reasons why they are is because of bond proceeds. So we issue debt. It's more advantageous to issue one big debt. You could, when you get there, you may want to break it up and do smaller. You have to determine that. But sometimes it's more advantageous, cheaper to issue one bigger debt. Then you have a bunch of bond proceeds. Your ending balance looks really healthy, but really you're going to use that for your reserves. So that's one of the artifacts there. Ending coverage ratio looks healthy, again, except for 2024, where that 1 year is slightly below. The scenario 3 now, this is the more pessimistic in the sense that we don't receive the grants. So there's minimum grants coming in, and because of that, that means the rate increase has to be more substantial. So instead of the 25%, now we have to do a 30% each year, then a 20, then a 10, then 3.5. Again, we're meeting our reserve targets and coverage ratio looks good. What does this mean to the customers? What does this mean to the rates? So we want to show you now are the 3 different rates that City Council could consider. What we have here, and this is per ERUs. We're going to be showing you by customer impacts, by customer class, and also a survey. So this is $3.74 in all 3. Of course, that's the current. If we had scenario 1 and 2 are similar in the first 2 years because we're both doing a 25% increase. So those numbers are similar. And then they diverge after that in 2025. where the scenario 1 is more of the 4% and scenario 2 is the 10%. Scenario 3 is much more substantial because we don't have as much grant funding. And you see all those numbers here. And then you can see what this means at the end of the time horizon. Of course, there's a lot going on here in this financial plan. There's a lot of unknowns in the future of the financial plan. So one of the things that I would recommend, and I know there's a lot of dialogue, is to revisit this after, most likely you might want to even revisit this every year and see whether you really need to adopt them or maybe even potentially lower them. But those are things to think about in the future. What does this mean to your customers, your impacts to your customers? So we're besides showing the first year, we're also showing you the last year, because that was a concern that we were sort of not being transparent, so we want to be very transparent in this whole process. So we show a residential average is 3 ERUs, and this is the incremental increase. So I just want to make sure we're all clear about it. This is not what the person will see on their bill, but how much more they will pay on their bill. So in the scenario 1, it's in both scenario 1 and 2 is the same, it's $2.82 that they'll see monthly. And then when they get to the 6th year, then it's $9.30 or $12.93. And you can also see scenario 3 without the grants and more rate-funded projects. We also have the average restaurant. The average restaurant's 14 ERUs. Again, the impact on monthly is shown right over here of $13.16 for scenario 1 and 2 for the first year, and then you can see in year 6 what it is. Then we also have the big box. The big box average is 220 ERUs. Again, this is the incremental increase, not what they see on the bill per month. So that's $206.80, both scenarios. And then you can see what year 6 is, and you can also see the scenario for 3.
All right, so we mostly been talking, obviously, about stormwater rates, because as a utility, that's what we focus on. But we're going to go over a few other factors, which I'm sure you're very well aware of, just due to some of the public comment we've had, as well as internal discussion. One, obviously, is grant success. So mostly what we've been talking about is rates or grants. And grants come in many different forms. Some of them are amazingly efficient and fast, like the NRCS EWP, which we got the $2.4 million last year for. And some are much longer process. So the FEMA grants, for example, usually take 2 to 4 years once they've been awarded for us to get those. So just something to consider that, there are different grants out there. We are all very much actively going after them. I have one project manager that's been working nearly nonstop for the last 4 months on grant applications. We are working that hard, and I definitely want to give a huge shout out to Stacy Breckler-Nags and her entire group for helping us support on that. Another factor, obviously, is outside assistance. So I want to be the Coconino County Flood Control District. We've gotten considerable support from them in the past, from day 1 in 2019 during the museum fire, all the way through this year, or through last year, 2022. I would caution getting much more assistance in the near term just due to their needs. They've had extreme flood events as well, obviously in the Donny Park and Timberline area. And then obviously federal and state programs, EWP being one of them, but also direct assistance, congressional direct assistance, as well as the state programs that we are pursuing. Internal assistance, that would be general fund contributions. Not something I can really speak to, but that is an option of council and city manager of whether a general fund will help take a little bit of this load. There's many different ways that may or may not look. Just be aware that that would be taking away from other priorities of the city. Obviously, other factors outside of just funding would be our flood impacts, so both new fire threat as well as weather impacts. And then also, obviously, inflation, which we mentioned before. Last rate increase was in 2018, implemented in 2019. And, inflation has gone up. The CPI has gone up 17% since then. I will say construction costs have gone up quite a bit more than the CPI being Consumer Price Index. We do recommend that we revisit rates as we start to see if there are large windfalls, when we start to see those windfalls. I will say it's much, much easier to reduce a rate than it is to increase a rate. So we've been working on increasing this rate. I shouldn't say it that way. Been working on this adjustment for about a year now. We brought Sanjay in before the pipeline fire even happened, and we've been working on this for quite a long time, lots of staff time, to bring it back down is much, much faster. So we do recommend thinking about that as a strategy, that we do approve a rate and then reduce those rates as we have financial windfalls. And speaking of potential financial windfalls, a huge thank you to the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce and the community for some of their state lobbying efforts. There are 2 House bills at the state right now, House Bill 2286 and House Bill, should know this off the top of my head, 2543. 2286 is submitted, or amendment was submitted on January 23rd, or January 23rd, for some funding for the Highway 180 culvert as well as for detention basin maintenance. And the other House bill is also for some capital improvements. If they successfully pass at the state, those new funding, well, I've already talked about that, would offset some of our costs. Again, we don't know the timing on that. It would likely happen later this spring or summer. And honestly, if I'm being candid, that's a great trigger point for looking at reducing rates if you have a large windfall like that. So moving on. So our rate comparison, again, many of you have seen this at some point or other. This is just a national perspective of where our stormwater utility falls in with a number of other communities. I've looked this up this fall, so these are fall numbers. And we normalized it. So again, different ERUs have different square footage for the units. So we normalized it to 1,000 square feet, dollar ratio per month. Currently, this is Flagstaff here on the lower end of the cost spectrum. And then in year 1, that cost obviously goes up. So this is where we would stand there. We did not take it out further than that, just due to the fact that many of these communities are also changing their stormwater rates at the same time. So it gets a little hazy when you get out to year 5 or 6 of where we might stand. But if you want to, you could take a look at it, and if they were to not change their rates, we would probably end up somewhere in this range here, depending on which scenario is taken. Again, assuming that there's no assistance outside of the stormwater rate for the stormwater utility. Another national perspective, FEMA has this kind of cool, if you want to call it cool, I don't think that's the right term, toolkit that just came out this year. So this is a 2023 snapshot I took of what they call the National Risk Index. And you can actually go online. The website is down here on the bottom right, so you don't have to take my word for it. And you can click through a number of different natural hazards that FEMA monitors for the entire United States at the county level. So I'm showing here just a snapshot of riverine flooding. So this is what we experience here, flash flooding as well as volumetric flooding from snow on rain, rain on snow events. And you can see that we're this kind of dull red color, which as you expect is not a good thing. And this is kind of a close-up on that. And what they're saying here is that 96.6% of U.S. counties have a lower flood risk than Coconino County. And then about half of the counties in Arizona have a lower flood risk as well. If we were to click on it, which we can't, this is a static image, but if you were to click on community resilience, which is one of the components that goes into riverine flooding, all of Arizona is at the bottom for the United States, and Coconino County is in that lower 5% for the U.S. as well. So we are not very resilient right now. We do not have the infrastructure and systems in place, according to FEMA, whether you agree or not, to actively manage for riverine flooding. And with this, I'll turn it over to Lisa Dean.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lisa Dean with Management Services. That was a long time ago. Water Services Management Analyst. We started our media rollout on September 15th when the public notice was published. So there's a series of public notices that are posted in the paper. We have a dedicated web page that we rolled out, FAQ sheet, press release, and we post regular updates on Facebook and Instagram through our Public Affairs Division with the city. The recorded and PowerPoint presentations, each time we present them, we post them on that dedicated website. We offered presentations to 12 different local organizations based on listings that we've had from the past that we've done, and we've heard from 3 of them. When we presented in October, we were asked to do more public engagement. We distributed rack cards and flyers to 16 public locations, the library, the police stations, all of our different public locations around town, including coffee shops and other places where people gather. We're offering conversations, meetings, and some public meetings. We had 4 public meetings, 2 of them were virtual, and we had 26 radio spots on KNAU to encourage people to get involved in the public meetings. We presented to 2 organizations and communicated with several others. On November 15th, council discussion asked that we increase our outreach even greater to focus on businesses, and felt that the businesses were having a greater impact. So we printed inserts in every utility bill. We did electronic messaging for our paperless customers, and we sent a specific email blast to every business license holder in the city that we have a record of, plus groups that were identified by council. This captured HOAs and all businesses to invite them for a discussion regarding this rate increase and how it would impact them and how it would benefit them as well. We reached nonprofits through our partner grant organizations and creative Flagstaff, and we did presentations throughout January to Water Commission, ECONA, and we gave a second presentation to the Chamber of Commerce. So this is just a little sample of our 4-month effort for outreach. On the left is the notice that we sent to businesses, inviting them to a private forum, a public forum, to discuss it with them, or even just to make comments. This is the notices, in the center is the notices that we sent to every municipal billing customer and our rack cards. We did collect feedback. Throughout this entire process of comments and how people felt. What we found is everyone really felt that there was a need for maintenance. You can see when you're getting flooded that, yes, we need to do something about it. But many residents felt that other agencies should also share the burden. While we work with agencies and are tirelessly reaching out for grants, partnerships, and other ways to support this, the responsibility for these drainage maintenances still lies within the city. Most of the residents have been very, very positive on the impact and the financial impact. So the staff recommendation as a result of this is to choose one of these options, close the public hearing, have the first read today, and have the ordinance approved at the second read on February 7th, with rates effective April 1st. This is important for us because we have been on the shotgun end, on the backside of all of these expenses, emergencies, flooding, having to pay for things that we don't have the funding that's been identified in our budget to take care of. And this will help make us the utility whole again. The idea is to make the stormwater fund self-sufficient. In the future, if these windfalls, if we are successful, if we are able to receive grants or money or federal money or earmarks, and we'll try for all of it, there's nothing saying that we can't come back, or we don't get the rainy seasons and the basins don't need clean out as much. There's nothing stopping us from bringing the rates back down to what we need, and we can establish triggers to accommodate those. However, for us, action is needed now because we don't have the staffing, we don't have the support system for that. And with that, we'll take questions.
Thank you, staff, for the very informative and thorough presentation, as well as being available to answer questions that the public has posed. I would like to take public comment now. So we will start with Laura Kessler.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you so much to everyone working on this. I really appreciate this. What a disaster. I'll try to get this out as fast as possible. I only have 3 minutes. But I'm a flood-impacted resident here in Flagstaff. I was here last week, as you may remember, and I was horrified to find out that there are no short-term mitigation projects or relief. Right now, I live on Mead Lane, and I'm just a sitting duck right there with everyone else. And I was horrified to hear that our only solution is to get more sandbags. And I just found out today there may not even be enough sandbags for us. Most of the people on my street are elderly. Probably 85% of everyone on my street is over 60 years old, going right up to 93 years old, maybe somebody older. I've lifted hundreds, and I'm not even that badly impacted compared to other people like over at Schultz Creek. Hundreds of sandbags, multiple times, from the station up at Schultz Pass Road, into the car, out of the car, into the wheelbarrow, out of the wheelbarrow, onto, you have no idea. I don't know if anybody here knows what I've gone through. I'm almost 60 years old. I've got biceps now. It's great. But every time I look out my window and I see the clouds and rain over Schultz Pass area, I cringe. Or my phone that I sleep with the flood alert systems. This is my life now. And I love everything Ed said, but I have to disagree with one thing. We are at risk. There is a safety risk because I saw this in early 90s. I think it was 93. We had snowpack just like we have now. And then we had 2 days of solid rain. A warm front came in. I don't know if any of you remember that, but we had solid rain come in for 2 days. It was a mess in Flagstaff. It wiped out Oak Creek Canyon. There were deaths in the canyon. Verde Valley was a lake. I saw it all. And we're ripe right now for that with this snowpack and the saturated ground beneath it. And if that happens, it's going to make what happened last year look like kindergarten play. And that scares me to death. And maybe it'll melt, maybe not. But right now, if a storm comes in 2 weeks from now, we're toast. And it's not just Coconino Estates. And those poor people at Schultz or Spruce Creek up there, I feel for them. I haven't even gotten a quarter of the way through here what I wanted to say, but when I talked to my neighbors last year, they said that our storm drains were supposed to have been fixed years ago. They literally have been waiting for years for those storm drains to get enlarged and updated. And we just had a 2-year project in Coconino Estates where all of our roads were redone and updated except the storm drains and the pipes. And that would alleviate so much water in our neighborhoods. And you don't know what it's like shoveling mud. It's nothing like snow, okay? I wish I could talk longer, maybe next meeting, but we need help. Please help us. We're in danger and we're scared.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler.
Madam Mayor, I believe Councilmember House indicated she had a question for the speaker.
Oh. Yes, Councilmember House.
I did. Thank you, Ms. Kessler. I just wanted to quickly give you the opportunity to share where you stand on the stormwater rates that are being proposed here tonight. So we have 3 scenarios before us, and I'd just like to hear from you if you are stating support for any of those or leaning towards one or are opposed to those.
Honestly, I'd like to know where the funds that I have heard from my neighbors, where they went to, because this problem was supposed to have been done years ago. It's an ongoing problem, even before the floods. I live 4 houses away from the Rio. It seems pretty easy just to, I don't know how much that would cost. I don't think it's multi-millions of dollars, I don't know, that's not my realm. But I would like to know, where did the funds go that we were supposed to have done this years ago, expand our storm drains and our pipes? Also, before the rate increase, I'd like to I did a little research last night on the funding that Flagstaff has, and I learned there's 5 different fund types here in town: special revenue funds, enterprise funds, capital project funds, debt service funds, and general funds. We need an immediate solution now to protect our property. My property, which is my long-term health plan goal. I plan to, my long-term care plan, when I can't take care of myself. Sorry, I'm nervous right now. But my property values are going down, and that's why we need an immediate solution now. Can we take anything out? Because this whole rate increase sounds like it's going to take months to just even begin to get the funds. We don't have that much time. Can we take from any of these other funds to get some immediate remediation to keep people safe and our neighborhoods safe and our property safe? There's got to be something somewhere. I'm so happy we're getting all these funds and people are working on grants and all of that. That's great. But short-term relief, we need a solution, an emergency solution now. That's what I ask for.
Councilmember McCarthy, did you have a question of the speaker?
No.
Okay. I am going to ask Ed if he can speak to any of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Mead is definitely an issue, and it's been known for a long time. Unfortunately, it's one of dozens of drainage issues that we've known about for decades, unfortunately. The capital projects we've shown today were just ones that were prioritized. So there's obviously quite a long list that you're not seeing in terms of that deferred capital list, as you mentioned. And they have it rough. I am not going to lie. I've been out there. I know, Mayor, you've been out there as well, and Councilmember Sweet and others. I mean, I've been out there with some of you during the events. Mead is a tough place to be. It's at the bottom of Talkington. It's gotten that flood water pretty severely. Just like most of the rest of Coconino Estates, it is that bathtub effect that Scott Overton mentions during the flood meetings, the flood updates. And that drainage has been undersized. So it's been undersized even before this last year. So it is an issue. We know about it within the stormwater section, or stormwater program. We're not a section. Within the stormwater program. And if it's desired that becomes a priority for council, we're more than happy to move that up the list. There's obviously quite a few other areas that also have issues as well. And definitely they all deserve attention. So I'm not in any way trying to play favorites in any type of way. We do have a prioritization schedule that was adopted by council about 10 years ago. But yeah, Mead is a tough place, and even worse now with the Schultz flooding, as is Devon Way and all of Coconino Estates. So it's a rough place to be in. And she's absolutely right. Rain on snow is one of our biggest concerns. Historically, that's the flooding that's hit downtown, hit the south side the hardest, hit the country club area. According to SNOTEL, we're about 250% of our typical snowpack right now. So we are ripe for that if the conditions come through with the rain event.
And to the point of her question where she, so the infrastructure improvements were identified, but funds weren't identified for that. Is that correct?
So the Coconino Estates capital improvement project that went through with capital, stormwater did not have funding that was put into those capital improvements. That is a street improvement district, and that district's probably not the right term for it. But we did not have stormwater funds available to help with the capital improvements with streets. So unfortunately, and maybe in the past there were funds before my time, before 20 years ago, 15 years ago, but I don't have any records of that. I can't really speak to it, but definitely Mead Meade has issues. It would be great to have that fixed, or not fixed, remedied in the future. And obviously, it's way worse now with the floodwaters we're seeing.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a quick comment, not really a question for Ms. Kessler, but just an observation that she didn't answer Councilmember House's question. She posed a different question instead. It's a good question. It's one that we've addressed over several public meetings in the past. But just to observe and to note that we don't have the luxury of dodging the question that Councilmember House asked of the public participant. We're set up here with the task of trying to figure out how we move forward paying for all of this. And it's not appropriate for us to just ask questions about what happened in the past. So I'm glad public commenters have that luxury. We don't.
Next speaker is Tom Pearson.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak again. I, too, am a resident on Meade Lane, so am subject to all the discussions we've had so far. I think the members there, we are willing to pay additional revenue as necessary to secure the safety of our community. In addition, I would say I looked at your list of priorities on the website, and there were like 7 large categories and so forth. To me, you have 2 sacred priorities, and that is public safety of police and fire to prevent anarchy, and the other is infrastructure to allow the community to function. And this, I believe, pertains to both of your sacred duties. This has happened last year. I talked to Ed late last year about the plan for the culvert and so forth, and that plan he had in his mind at least. And a year later to tell us that we need to start filling those sandbags because we're going to need them again tells me that you have let us down on your sacred duty. You've let us down. The other point I'd like to make is that I mentioned before, with climate change, we have 2 options. One is to focus on the carbon net zero, and I've tried to make the case that the money we spend on that brings no direct benefit to the citizens. It's not money that will benefit us directly. But everything that Ed and Sanjay have talked about is mitigation for what climate change we see happening. Everything that he wants to spend money on will help us directly, will help the citizens directly. I believe that is your sacred duty. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Galley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Joe Galley, 101 West Route 66, Senior Advisor for the Greater Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce, and grateful to be with you this evening. I do want to divert from this subject for a minute and just say Officer James is great. He was recognized earlier for an anniversary, and he leads our parades every year, and we work with him on public safety. So kudos to him. He does a great job at Flag PD. I want to thank Ed and his team at Stormwater. They've been very open with us about presenting the revised fee schedule. I want to thank the city manager for being having an open door to engage the chamber, and thank several of you, Mayor and Council, for engaging the chamber in recent months since this came up in October. And I do want to thank particularly Rick Tatter and his staff at Budget. I think they're doing a tremendous job under a tremendous amount of pressure. We still have a lot of concerns about the fee hike as it's proposed because of the impact on the community. You can see the dollars, and you've heard from some of our members, some of our big members, and some of our small members, that those costs will have, the fee hikes will have increased costs and will result in higher prices in the community. I don't think there's any disputing that. And we also know that we have the need. We're not disputing the need. The need is vast. But I think since we were here last, and I had a chance to speak with you, several things have changed. The federal government put $925 million into the emergency watershed protection, refunded it. I was back in October talking about the $300 million that was originally there, and staff were saying that money was spent. Well, now we got a new shot in the arm, $925 million. Let's make the most of that opportunity. They also gave the United States Forest Service $200 billion to fix the problem on the Forest Service, so that we will not have to be cleaning the drainage facility endlessly in perpetuity. So to the point of fees coming down, one consideration we have for you tonight is when you adopt a fee schedule, to adopt it with a sunset. And then if we have to come back and look at it, we can do that at that time. But I think a sunset would be, in the fee structure, would be a good faith effort with the business community. And finally, I think too, it was stressed tonight, the city has dumped a lot of money in already and is carrying some debt on some projects that we've gotten done. And kudos to you for doing that. I hope that you take an opportunity to consider using general fund monies as you look forward to fund, maybe you fund the supervisor and the operators with some general fund commitments. And then you'd have skin in the game as well as a fee increase, and we'd both have skin in the game. And I have other thoughts, Mayor, but I'm happy to take questions as you have them.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you. I appreciate the chamber. I appreciate the voice that you're bringing and the constituency that you represent. I really do. I hope you know that. We've had an opportunity to go back and forth in this conversation several times. A lot of tension in the room, and we're in a very, very awkward, difficult position, one that I don't particularly want to be in, but for some reason, one that I signed up for. So I appreciate the mutual respect that goes into a hard decision like this. I'm very open to the idea of a sunset. I have lots of questions for our stormwater team about triggers and reductions and sunsets. I wanted to honor the mayor's desire to hear public comment first, but I just want to telegraph that I'm super curious about how we arrive at a sweet spot there for that. My guess is that it's part of the solution to this sticky situation we're in, and I'm wondering if you have any particular thoughts that you want to lift up right now, even before Stormwater has a chance to react to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Daggett and Vice Mayor Aslan. One of our concerns, part of this funding need is completion of the Rio, and we are looking at a 20-year ongoing, we're over 20 years now since we've started to tackle that problem. That was a $20 million construction project in 2002. It's now well over $100 million, as you all well know. And to Ed's point, the stormwater fee was raised in 2019 largely to fund the match, the federal match, which we were, kudos to you and your teams. You were very successful. We signed on in favor of that. We've always been in favor of fixing the Rio. I've often told the president of the chamber I'd like to have a boat out on the second floor of the chamber just in case we need to get out the top floor window. So we're acutely aware of the community's flood needs and have been for decades. And that is going to get done at some point, and we won't need to be taxing the local citizens through the stormwater utility further for monies that we would use for the Rio when that project gets done. I think the Forest Service sent out a note a week or two ago that they're starting mitigation, or at least going through the NEPA process, so that'll take a few months. But they're looking at how they tackle the challenge, museum-oriented, that is a major issue when it comes to the center of our town and flooding, and hopefully that gets accelerated. We'll continue to support those efforts and press for expediency. But I think you heard tonight that you do have some immediate challenges within the community, and you've been hearing that from residents And you don't have an easy decision in front of you, but I'm grateful that you would take the consideration on the impacts to the business community and to residents with fee hikes, and that we're having a frank discussion. I'm grateful for the time.
So what kind of timeline on the sunset would satisfy you or the chamber, your constituency, and triggers?
Your Honor, Vice Mayor Aslan, 5-year sunset would be something we would be encouraged by. And I say that because that is the current term of the proposed fee increase. And it was originally 7 years back in November 15th, I believe, the fee schedule that's presented to you. It's been revised down to 5. So that would, I think, be a good starting point.
Thank you, Mr. Galley.
Thank you.
Oh, just a moment. Councilmember Matthews has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Galley, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for spearheading that effort last week to help hopefully secure some additional funds. I appreciate it. When looking at all the different scenarios and doing the math on it, which is what I do, the impact to the consumer or the citizens is not that it's not devastating. But when I start doing the math on my nonprofit, it's a little bit more significant. And then I look at other larger big box, especially, and restaurants that are struggling with other economic factors this year, especially. Can you just share briefly what's the major concern? I mean, not just, oh my gosh, this rate is really high, but just, how personally it's going to affect some businesses.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, and Councilmember Matthews. I appreciate the kudos. I will say this, we were really blessed to have the mayor and Councilmember Sweet in Phoenix testifying on behalf of a very important state appropriation, and that is a testament to this community's and this body's willingness to look outside the box, to be proactive about finding other funding resources. I'm really encouraged by the current situation the state is in, and as I've said in certain meetings, we're not asking for roller coasters and amusement parks up here. We've had catastrophic wildfires, and we have serious flood challenges in this community. And we need the attention of our state leaders. We need the attention, quite frankly, of the governor, who will have a number of opportunities to make decisions about the state's budget. And we should be asking for our immediate needs to be supported at the state legislature in the forthcoming state budget. Beyond that, there's an opportunity, I think, for this community and for this body and for staff to get out in front of our larger community needs. It's my understanding you'll be back here for a water rate hike potentially, or at least a water rate study, that will be undertaken by a consultant in the coming months, and a year from now we'll look at water rates generally, not stormwater. And I imagine that we'll be in a similar scenario because we have tremendous capital needs at the water level in this community. So our hope is that this sets a good precedent. Regarding the impacts to our larger commercial users, Ed's ERUs are pretty much split down the middle. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but about, I think, 48,000 of that 100,000 ERUs are residents. One of the concerns we have as we see it is that the proposal as it's presented to you is to increase the maximum number of ERUs for residents. So not only will the fee go up on residents, but those residents will have more units that they're paying the fee on. So there's a concern about the impact to residents. The big box, I think, is something like 52,000 ERUs in the community. We've run some numbers with our auto dealers. Our auto dealers are really concerned about the impacts. The cost will be in the thousands of dollars to our commercial users. We're at a time when we see rents increasing. We're at a time when we see prices increasing. I think you might have received a letter from from our Food Marketing Alliance, which represents our grocery stores. They're certainly concerned. Look, this is, as Vice Mayor Aslan commented, this is not an easy This is not a Rubik's Cube like we solve in 30 seconds or less. This is a real challenge for the community. But I'm encouraged by this body and staff and the opportunities that are in front of us to get it resolved. I don't know that we're there yet. I think we could probably fine-tune some things, but yeah, the cost to our commercial providers is going to be large.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we have an online comment as well.
Joe, I want to see you solve a Rubik's Cube in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have Michelle James. Michelle, if you want to go ahead and give your comments now.
Sure. Hello, I'm Michelle James, Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I just want to talk to you a bit about what my thoughts are and what FQ's thoughts are about this rate increase. It's clear that the stormwater rates in Flagstaff aren't keeping up with the changing times. The staff presentation made that very, very clear. And then we have these multiple fires on the peaks and all the monsoonal flooding associated with that. And those sediment flows and flood flows have increased the burden on the city. And the city, it was really strongly made a strong effort to respond to the post-fire flooding last year, and the city should be commended for that work. Water Services indicates the city's current stormwater infrastructure is insufficient after these most recent flood events. This is a great concern to F-cubed. While we've passed the Proposition 441, which deals with flooding at Spruce Wash, the additional needs of the cities regarding stormwater still need to be addressed. Climate change will only continue to impact Flagstaff, and climate scientists predict conditions in northern Arizona to continue to worsen, resulting in drier forests, larger and more intense wildfires, and increased precipitation in the form of rain. So proactive action by the council now will reduce city costs and property impacts in the near term and the long term, and increase the city's resiliency, which we all know is a big part of the climate neutrality plan. F-cubed encourages council to select scenario 3 as presented by staff. Scenarios 1 and 2 aren't adequate to deal with the increased risk of flooding and the consequences of as a consequence of climate change. We support scenario 3. It addresses all the necessary capital improvement projects, thus reducing the overall flood response costs and operation costs in the long term. If federal grant funding is provided to the city for any or all of the 7 projects that are outlined in scenario 2, as we've been talking about, you guys already talked about this, council could revisit and lower the overall storm rates in subsequent years to reflect that reduction in need. I think that's a very logical way to do it. I keep thinking about what Ed Schenk said about it's easier to bring the rates down than to go up. I urge you to be very cautious and make sure that there's enough funding to deal with this next year and the following year if things continue the way we've seen it in the last couple of years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Do we have any other public commenters?
Mayor, I don't have anybody else online.
Okay. And no more comment cards? Okay. Thank you. All right, Steve, we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. My name's Steve Poor. I'm a resident of Stabana Way. Congratulations, Mayor. Welcome. Congratulations, Councilwoman Harris and Matthews. I just wanted to try and see if we can find a way forward here. I think one of the things for those of you who are new on the council, I was here last fall pointing out a number of areas I saw in the budget on where this could be funded. And one of the things that was kind of mentioned today, and not quite, I think Ed and his group did a great job, but one of the things I'd like to see is, how about if we go ahead and use the general fund excess? you had, looking back, I forget the exact date, and one of your funds, over $50 million in general fund, that the council can use at their discretion. And if you take care of the 180 culvert, instead of waiting to 2024, which I appreciate is not 2025 or 2027 like it was last year, but love to see it in 2023, let me tell you. But that takes care of Meade. It takes care of not fixing the problem with regards to the channel that the residents of my street built on their own when I was not there, and the city didn't build it, to get the water off our street, which is the only thing that's still there, even though there's negotiations with the city to do something better, okay? And eliminates the need to fix the bubbler, which comes down now from Schultz Creek on the north side of the apartments from a 40-inch to a 30-plus inch, roughly speaking, downstream, which 80% of the water that comes on Savannah Way comes from, which was something that was done against code over 20 years ago. I think it was close to 30 in 1991. So all you got to do is take care of the 180 culvert. $4.4 million out of your over $50 million in general fund, and you take care of all these problems in one swoop. So I urge you to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ed, could I ask you to address the timeline? Because I know we've spoken about the timeline of 180. So aside from the money, but just the timeline.
Yes, the timeline, I'll give a similar response to what I gave last week, unfortunately. We did meet with our designer today. They're working very quickly to get us a 30% design. With that 30% design, they'll also give us legal descriptions. We can give that to our real estate and legal group here in the city to start working with the necessary property acquisitions, easements, temporary construction easements, etc. So we'll be working concurrentently between the design and property acquisitions at the same time. We're hoping to have final design by the end of April. So we are working on this very quickly with our designer and also keeping ADOT up to date as well. So we are keeping Brendan Foley, the district engineer with ADOT, up to date with the design as we move forward so that we can work concurrently on the review of the 30, 60, 90 and final design. When we get a little closer, so when we're at 60 and 90, that's when we can start looking at procurement process of how we procure the construction of that. We are trying to make it as constructible, if that's a word, as possible, so moving as quickly as possible. Most likely with precast concrete, that might be faster than a cast in place, but we're working through those details right now. So long-winded answer, we hope to have a final design by end of April, early May at the latest, and we're working concurrently with property acquisitions as well as the construction process. Due to that, we will not be able to complete before monsoons unless there's a true act of God that we can get a construction company in that can construct that quickly. We will try, but we'll be probably working through the summer and fall as well at the earliest. I hope that answers the question to some degree.
It does. And what kind of, do you need approval from ADOT?
Yes, because I mean, ADOT does have the right of way there with Highway 180, so we do need approval with ADOT before we move forward. We need their permission, if you will, with the design that it is appropriate. There are sewer relocates and a water relocate that we know of for a fact. So there are some utility relocates on the city level as well as franchise utilities. So we do expect there to be an impact to APS, CenturyLink, and possibly Unisource as well.
Thank you. All right, seeing no more public comment, we have several council members who have questions or have comments and questions, and I believe that Councilmember Sweet has a comment, and it looks like a motion. So I'd like to entertain your comment and then see what council thinks about your motion.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff for working diligently on this. I know it's not easy, And thank you everyone who sent emails and showed up tonight to comment. I greatly appreciate that. And a final thank you to the Water Commission. They sent a thoughtful email out to council with concerns and offered recommendations. This discussion is something that will affect many in our community, and it is something we should make sure we have as much information in front of us as possible to help us make an informed decision. This issue is complex, and like I have said, it isn't a matter of if, it is a matter of how. We are exploring state and federal dollars. The mayor and I went last week to lobby for almost $9 million for the culvert on 180 and detention basin maintenance. We have a budget retreat this Thursday and Friday, where I'm sure we will be exploring other ways to add dollars to our stormwater needs. I believe it is prudent that we take these things into consideration and work on all angles to get our needs met. So with that being said, I move that we continue this hearing until February 14th to allow staff a little more time to explore all financial options so that we don't have to rely on just a fee increase. This conversation needs to keep going with all information in hand, and we are almost there. I believe we can get to a decision that works for our entire community, but need a little added time to make sure we do this right.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Is there a second to her motion? And then if there is, and we get to discussion, the discussion will be of the motion, correct? If we don't have a second and we don't have support for the motion, we will continue the discussion with council.
I second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? Councilmember McCarthy.
A question for our city attorney. If this motion passes, could we read ordinance 2023-03 tonight for the first time, or would that be delayed?
No, that would be delayed.
Okay, so I'm going to vote no on this so that we could do the first read tonight. But what Councilmember Sweet's suggestion of the staff going forward with looking at some alternatives, that could still go on and be completed before the second read. So I'm basically supportive philosophically of the motion, but I'm going to vote no just for that technical reason. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, City Attorney? If we did move the first reading to February 14th, and there were changes to the proposal, wait a minute, what am I asking? Okay, so if we moved ahead with the reading today and there was a change to the proposal, does that nullify the reading of the ordinance?
No, it wouldn't nullify the reading of the ordinance. Whatever your final read, whatever's in the ordinance at the final read is what gets adopted.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Any other discussion? Any other discussion about the motion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Nay.
Did you get that? 3 nays?
I believe Councilmember House was a nay as well.
Correct. All right, so that motion passes 4-3.
Sorry, if we could, for the record, I believe the aye votes were yourself, Vice Mayor Aslan, Councilmember Matthews, and Councilmember Sweet, correct?
Correct.
And the other 3 were the nays. Thank you. We just need to make sure for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. So will we be continuing the public hearing?
Yes, that was the motion to continue
Okay,
the public
all right.
hearing,
So we will
which
continue the
postponed
public
the reading as
hearing
well, yes.
until February 14th. And moving on, yes, Councilmember McCarthy?
Just a very quick note. The staff presented us with a bunch of options for scenarios 1, 2, and 3, and with a bunch of numbers associated with them. And I ran a little Excel chart, which I passed out to council, which shows each year what the percentages is. They're exact same numbers that the staff gave, but save those for the upcoming meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I am adjourning the special meeting, and we are going to take a 20-minute break, and then we will come back for the work session.
Hi. Oh, God. This is so much trouble.
Sorry about that. City Council, please come sit down. Okay, I am calling the meeting of the work session to order. Notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. So next we have the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'll be very brief. I mentioned last time that these reports are coincident with your work sessions. We did not have one last week because this is our second work session in a row, but generally you see these about twice a month. And also, like last time, we will have a few divisions, 3 divisions, be giving you their updates. I believe these updates will probably start being bi-monthly, so you won't be hearing them as often, and I think that'll be easier on staff as well. Thank you. Thanks a lot. There are only a few items in my report that I would like to call out, unless you have questions, or not call out, but give a little attention to. The first, in my update on the police department, there's a nice photo in the narrative that I would like to verbalize. It's a congratulations to Officer Zachary Knopfel. The second time this month we get to talk about life-saving heroics. He is being awarded the life-saving medal for his efforts when responding to a medical call from an individual who had collapsed and was no longer breathing. In his response, Officer Knopfel administered CPR until the medical staff was able to arrive and administer medications. The patient has recovered, so the officer saved a life, and we're just so grateful for his actions. So Officer Knopfel, thank you very much for that. Secondly, a hearty congratulations to Scott Overton, who's away on a little holiday this week, I believe, but he was promoted successfully to the Public Works Division Director position. That's notable because that position has, even though it's been filled as in an interim capacity, it really has been vacant for quite some time, well over a year. There's a lot of that in play with the city these days as we have many people covering vacancies that are occurring in their divisions or in other divisions. A lot of tag team going on and double team, I should say, double time with our employees covering for the vacancies in these positions. Scott is one of those employees. He has done an admirable job of serving as interim and went through the recruitment process, had a meet and greet, and now we have been quite excited to give him the full-time position, which he undoubtedly has earned. So big props to Scott for that achievement. Finally, on the topic of recruitment, please take note that the a meet and greet that was scheduled for next Friday, or pardon me, Friday the 10th, for the deputy city manager position is being canceled. Stay tuned on when that gets rescheduled, and we will continue to give you updates on that recruitment process. But the meet and greet on February 10th is canceled. So I think with that, I will turn it over to, in order, we have information technology giving you their update. They'll be followed by water services and then sustainability. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. CJ Perry, your IT Director. Just wanted to give you a little bit of our monthly report, and I will make this extremely brief. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. Hopefully that's come up for everyone. Again, the IT monthly report is often addressed more towards, oops, is that still on your screen, or did I lose you guys?
You lost us. Not us, whatever was on the screen.
You lost me. Gotta love it when the IT director is having the technical issues, right? I'm sure I can figure out the number to the help desk. All right, should be back on your screen now, though, so I appreciate that. So again, IT serves the organization. We're in one of the internal services, so a lot of what our monthly report is around that, more targeted towards staff than anything else. But there are a few things that I just kind of wanted to point out for City Council. First off, we do a tech tip. We do this as part of every monthly report. It's just a great way to learn a little bit more about some of the technology we have. In this case, we have this thing called Find Time. It's great for when we're trying to set up meetings with people that are outside the organization. When we set up meetings within the organization, we can see their calendars, and so we can kind of see their availability. But often when you're doing it with other organizations, you can't see those calendars. So this kind of allows you to do a poll and sort of see who's available, who's not, let people vote on good times for particular meetings. It's great when we're doing collaborative work with the county or NAU or any of the other community partners that we use. So this has been a great addition for staff. I also wanted to point out Beth Verstrate. She's our staff spotlight for the month. She's our communications administrator. She runs all of your emails, your phone systems, the Teams platform, a lot of the things that we do around here, and she's done some great work. One of the things that she did recently, we put here, how did Beth make your job easier this month? The reason we say that is because our mission statement is our purpose is to provide you the secure tools to make your job easier tomorrow than it was today. So that's what IT does for our staff. She implemented some additions to Teams where previously we had a couple licenses for call-in phone numbers whenever there was a Teams meeting. But it wasn't for the whole organization. So we kind of had to play, pass the license around if we had meetings, particularly with the public, who not all of them have access to Teams or good technology to join some of these meetings. Well, we were able to get some licensing at no cost to the city that allowed us to provide that access to all staff throughout the entire city. So now when we do some of these public meetings or even when we do meetings with other agencies and they want to call in rather than use Teams to join, they can do that. You can also see just a little bit about getting to know Beth. She's really into the environment and protecting the environment, and so really glad to have her a part of our team, and she's been a great part of our team. A lot of other great stuff in here. I just kind of wanted to focus on one more thing from our GIS department. Our GIS specialist, Tiffany, she's created a little online map that kind of shows parcel vacancy between 2011 and 2022. This really kind of helps us, show where growth has occurred and kind of can help determine some of the future growth patterns, as well as our GIS administrator, Kim. She's been working with pros to do a field data collection app. This allows staff to go out with their phone and just collect data out in the field. In this case, it's for the fence line in the Picture Canyon National Area. So they can go out with their phone, report on the status of the fence, the condition of the fence, and then kind of bring back, and all that data comes back to our systems. You can kind of see a picture of of that survey that we did on the right here, or on the left, you can see the app in the format that City Manager Clifton really likes, which is ortho imagery. So just that's your little keyword for the day. So that's our report. Thank you for the time and have a great rest of your meeting.
Lisa Dean with Water Services. I'm here to give you the report, the January report. You have not seen this. This will be forwarded to you. You have the December report, but we decided in the interest of efficiency and brevity that we would just combine them. So our biggest highlights really is in recruitments. Jolene Montoya has been promoted to our regulatory compliance manager following Steve Camp's retirement. So she's actively in that space, has moved in. We are looking forward to our new director who is scheduled to start Monday, and that's very exciting. It's been a 3-year wait. There's a lot of changes and movement within our division. We had Danny Hickey, who has been with the city for over 21 years. He did the maintenance, the electrical and all of the maintenance for water production, and he just retired. And that's, while it was well earned, that's going to be big shoes to fill. We had last month, we had Bill Case retire. That was in, I'm not sure if it was in the December report. He was 29 years with the city. And our admin assistant, Deb Valencia, retired after 25. So there's something to be said when you have long-term employees that are staying in an organization and in that division for that many years. We'll talk more about training and workshops. The BOR actually has put out the upcoming Water Smart grants, and we are requesting to get some training on that to see how we can maximize the use of federal dollars, not just in stormwater, as we talked about earlier, but across all of the water funds. We're actively looking for that. 7 people. So out of our water services operators, last month we had 7 operators increase their grade in their certifications. Now, not just anybody can run a water production or a water reclamation plant or work on our distribution systems. They need to have certifications. So these staff are working hard to increase their abilities and their certification levels. We maximize on lunch and learns with consultants on different methods of treatment, advanced water treatment, inspection software. That kind of helps us brings us up to speed without having to spend money on it. The consultants are going to help bring us up to speed with that. Engineering's working on a facilities master plan and a sewer collections master plan. This master planning is really critical in giving us the guidance of how we're going to move forward on a 5 and a 10-year plan and basis. Rio digesters, of course, you've heard of that. That plan is moving forward. Interbasin water line. Thank you, Council. You approved the design contract to start looking at that, and we're actively looking at not only money, thank you, SBK, but different ways how we can maximize that effort. Why is this not moving? SCADA. SCADA is kind of our heart and soul. And SCADA is partnering with IT to move our heart and soul network to an OT, an operational technology from an informational technology. This helps with our cybersecurity. And our staff goes to workshops to learn how to maximize and how to protect ourselves from any kinds of threats, especially in cybersecurity. We're expanding our what they call the CMMS license, which is our automated, computerized, mobile management system that keeps track of all of our assets and inventory. And we're expanding into the plants, from the distribution systems into the plants, into our stormwater, all throughout our entire system to know exactly what's happening within those systems and to keep the maintenance. You've already heard about aerial imagery and LiDAR. That will not, it will help the stormwater division, but it's all going to help also the other divisions, water production, to give a good map of what our assets and what our inventories and the accuracy for our utility modeling. Still a lot going in stormwater, even beyond just needing the dollars for it. We continue to work for FEMA grants. We just submitted 3 today, actually. Very pleased about that. And the ADEQ assistance visit occurred. They came, and they're the part of the NFIP, the flood insurance program, that currently allows that 25% discount on your NFIP policies. So it's really important to make sure that we keep those up. Francis Short Pond, which is beloved by most of our residents, has been drained and will be dredged once the snow is gone and the snow cover is gone. You heard earlier about the federal omnibus bill, where the $900 million in post-wildfire flood relief. We do know the county has a good chunk of that, but the city also applied for an eligible portion. Some of this we're not eligible for the kinds of projects like the culvert project, that doesn't fall under their criteria. But we do find areas that we can qualify and become eligible and apply for that. Water distribution, well, it's cold this time of year, and they have service line breaks. And you'll notice in your January and December reports, most of the breaks are happening in the 1950s pipes, the 1960s pipes. These are aging infrastructure that we also intend on addressing. Our staff works across the hall from each other and across the line. We help each other. The water distribution staff does a lot to support stormwater, the tiger dams, to move the tiger dams, and those are not easy feats, and concrete barriers, so we all work together within the division. Upper Lake Mary is 24% full. It's up last month, it was 21%. From the flow. Again, more flow gauges and more monitoring that we have to see where our flows are coming from and how our water supply is going. Lake Mary number 2 tower, you see a picture there. They finally got it up. I think they're waiting for the concrete to dry before they can do the next section on that. But we're very excited because what this does is this brings our networks more accessible for us to be able to, the SCADA to talk to the wells and to talk to the water treatment plant and to work off the mountain, because when it snows and you have to service it, it's hard to get up on that mountain. The water production staffs actually added a new tab to the internal daily report. And it doesn't sound like much to most people, but what that does is it shows any sources or any issues that are unavailable or go offline. It tells us immediately and can tell anyone in that report where we're at and which wells are operating and which ones are having problems. So that's a tool that we're using. The water reclamation plants are really doing a lot of planning. They're running well. Snowbowl is taking the reclaimed water. We see higher flows from the snow melt. They're using geobags, which was a short-term fix, and we're hoping to move on to better solutions in the future. You'll be hearing about that in water reclamation. But for now, our anoxic mixer delivery has been extended out again. It was supposed to come in August originally. Now we're looking at February. We're crossing our fingers that it will come, and we will have that. In the meantime, staff is amazingly creative in what they can come up with to have a fix, an interim fix for that, for the need. And you will be hearing about a new loader, front-end loader. Ours finally died at Wildcat Hill, and we have to replace it. But we found the money to support that. So Water Resources is drafting a drought contingency plan that we're going to have for review. This is one of the big important components that assists in getting grants. The Bureau of Reclamation, the Water Smart grants, they want to know that you have a plan, a drought resiliency plan in place. So we are kind of doing our homework, crossing our T's, dotting our I's, and getting that done. And we have some new temps that were hired to assist with field data collections. I'm going to stop there and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jenny Neiman. I am here tonight in place of Nicole Antonopoulos, the Sustainability Director, who is just now, today, about an hour ago, officially on a well-deserved vacation. Tonight, I am going to go through our monthly sustainability report. We have talked a lot about a lot of these things in our climate update. That was just last week, so I will move quickly through most of the climate teams, but we continue to be deeply excited about our 2 staff members coming in as the resilience analyst, as well as our AmeriCorps Vista volunteer. One important thing, we did get a $7,000 grant. This directly benefits residents by providing HEPA filtration systems. We know that a lot of folks struggle when there's bad air quality, and so we want to help our vulnerable residents to be able to breathe easier. I do want to highlight on climate action, just the Climate Resilience Project, mainly because we are just so grateful for our partnership with the library. These are monthly events. We have conversations with residents about hard topics, sticky topics, climate change, climate action, mostly building resilience in our community and what are the opportunities to do that as well as challenges. So I invite anyone to join those monthly events held with the library. In terms of the only other climate update we have is just the Flagstaff Home Retrofit Program. We're just deeply excited about this because this will be directed at low-income and vulnerable community members to help retrofit their homes, to help make their homes more comfortable, more energy efficient, et cetera. We had our first winter snow play cleanup. These we do throughout the winter months. We had been waiting for the snow, and we certainly got it. So we will continue to have these winter snow play cleanups throughout the winter months. We're deeply grateful to our partners there, so the Forest Service, Coconino County, and others. Other updates that we have, the CATS team has implemented their first grant that they received from us. So it was a $30,000 grant to employ housing insecure individuals to pick up litter in our community. This was a new pilot program by us with a lot of other partners. We are really excited about this opportunity, right, to really be paying folks to help do the work that we need done in our community and to support our housing insecure neighbors. Finally, on food systems, we're working on 2 big grants. So one is about our food systems. We've secured a USDA grant for that. Another is working on green schoolyards and bringing schoolyards to all Flagstaff schools. Finally, we also have a University of Arizona and Flagstaff Food Link partnership to offer a workforce development training. We know that workforce development in agriculture can be difficult, and so we want to provide that sort of training and technical assistance to the folks in that industry. In terms of materials management, we're applying for a big EPA grant to help us with our composting. We picked up a lot of trees in December and January. We still have a lot at our office, but we're really excited about that, and just thanks to all of the residents that participated. And we've sort of started a consultancy where we are working on recycling in municipal buildings as well as in Flagstaff schools. And so we are just getting out there in whether it's the library or different schools. We worked with Flagstaff Junior Academy this past month. We are in partnership with NAU students who are actually helping with this work in the schools. So we're really excited for their partnership there. We did, and we mentioned this last week, but I think it's the best thing we do. The Sustainability Commission awarded $50,000 in grants to community members. These are incredible. It's really having the community members take that climate action that they see fit, right, and the city essentially supporting that and getting that climate action in their neighborhoods. We've got a lot of posts on social media as usual, and have 4 different events this month. So that's it from us.
Thank you, Jenny. I think I got 90% of that. I appreciate your brevity. Real quick, kind of random question about the winter snow play cleanup.
Yes.
What's your sense? Is that problem getting better over time, or is it the same or worse? Do you have any read on that? Are people doing a better job of cleaning up their own broken sleds? What do you think?
I'm not sure I'm the best person to say a read on it. I do see, I was out in the woods this past weekend and I saw a lot of like trash that was piled up, right? I do think that there is a community message that is getting through that we can't just leave these around, right? Up at Buffalo Park, right? We've also been, Discover Flagstaff has been working so hard to move our snow play into certain places, right? And so there's now a ton of snow play at Buffalo Park, which is great because they have trash cans, right? And that's where those sleds were piled up, as opposed to out in the forest off of 180 in places that are really hard, and then these things just get left. So I'm not sure, it's such a broad problem. I do know that, and you can see in this picture here, there was a lot of trash found in this location. This is up off of 180 at that natural area there that has become quite a popular snow play area. So there is a dumpster there, right? And what a lot of this team does is kind of pull in the trash that's up in the woods into that dumpster area. So I do think it makes a difference having the dumpsters, as well as, again, all the work that Economic Vitality has done to direct snow players into places that do have that infrastructure. So, of course.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes. Ms. Neiman, thank you so much. That was a really good report. I wanted to go back in your report a little bit. You mentioned a $750,000 grant.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Of course, I would be happy to. So, and we didn't spend a lot of time on it last week, so I can scroll up to it. So we received a $750,000 grant. $750,000. It was community project funding. So we got this through the federal omnibus bill that was passed in 2021. This was given directly to the city of Flagstaff, but our plan with it is to distribute it to homeowners. We are just at the beginning phases of this. Because it was community direct funding, it's essentially comes through the, Congress people, right, can direct that. And so right now we are building out that project. It is through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Our plan with that money is to be distributing that to low-income or vulnerable community members who need improvements to their house, right? So it's things like attic insulation, right, or a new water heater, or a new heat pump, right, things like that. And so it's a pretty intensive program. It's also an intensive problem. We had a program like this in 2011 2009 to 2011 due to the last recession. And that program did similar things. It served low-income and vulnerable community members. It also served middle-income community members as well. And generally, it's the similar thing of just helping people retrofit their homes, right? We know that a lot of homeowners out there have retrofits, have fixes that need to be made, and they don't have the funding to get that done. And so that the idea is that this really, it's federal funding that comes in to help do that.
Can I follow up? So is that program going to be a reimbursement, or are you going to be able to, if people fill out an application, they get approved, and then you go in and, not you personally, but the bigger
Thank
you,
goodness.
go in and do the work? Is that how that is going to work, or are you not sure yet?
Still TBD. We are really just in the program development phase, and I'm glad you asked the question because we want to start getting input like this. Our hope is that the city pays directly for the contracted services. That's how it worked when we did this program after the last recession, because we don't want people to have to find the funding up front, because then that really limits their ability to participate. So that is our hope, but a little TBD.
Okay, and then my last question, and how are you planning on getting this information out to people?
So we are going to be developing sort of an advisory council that will help us kind of plan out what this looks like, because what we know is it's probably going to need to be door to door, right? We know that it's hard to get this information out to people. It's also, inviting people into your homes to do work is a challenging thing, right? We know that we need to build trust in the community. And so we think that it's going to be a lot of door-to-door, a lot of grassroots outreach. We have a team at NAU that's working right now on doing some door-to-door outreach around energy. And our hope is that we would actually be able to continue to work with them. But that isn't necessarily people in the neighborhoods, right? So a lot of work to be done there, but we know that it's going to have to be really grassroots because we want to build that trust so that people feel comfortable letting people into their homes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my excitement. I was working with Kaylee and the nonprofit that I run and started. Going to come out and train our residents on composting, and it's the next step. We were recipients of the sustainability grant a couple of years ago to build our greenhouse. We have chickens and a vegetable garden, and so this is the next phase, and we're going to do it in a month or so, and I'm really excited about working with the sustainability department on that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm thrilled to hear that.
Thank you, Jenny.
That's all I have, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, City Manager. So next we are on item number 3, Economic Development, the year in review.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. David McIntyre, Community Investment Director. I'll be starting us off, but you'll see a few different faces up here, but we promise we'll keep it moving at a fairly good clip. This is our year in review. It goes nicely following the month in review, so it's all part of the flow. Economic development has a small but mighty team, we like to say, and that's not just because we're all relatively short. It is also because we have 2.5 full-time equivalents. John Saltonstall, who you'll meet up here, our Business Retention and Expansion Manager, Jack Fitchett, our Business Attraction Manager, Craig Zanetko, and myself, who are each about 0.25. We serve also with Park Flag, Beautification, Arts and Sciences. Craig's 2.25 is mostly around the brownfields and part of the NASET process. I do oversight, support programs, occasionally special projects, and try to keep everything moving as best as possible. We also want to recognize that pretty much everything that we do with a team of this size in a community of this size is done through partnerships. And we are so grateful for the wonderful partners that we have out there. A couple are listed here with Moonshot, with Econa, Coconino County, and our internal partners, many other city divisions. We'll talk a little bit more about those as we go forward. Our program focuses mainly on primary sector jobs. Primary sector, what is that for the public out there? Primary sector jobs are jobs that are not based as much on retail. They're more focused on things like manufacturing, things like software development, like ortho imagery, for instance. They are, generally the kinds of jobs that are going to pay a little bit higher wage and come with full benefits. Those are the main focuses. And the reason that we focus that way is because there's an adage in economic development that retail follows rooftops. And so the hope is that if we create a diverse economy that has all those primary sector jobs in, that will support our retail sector because those people will be here spending money. Now, we know that Flagstaff has a very vibrant retail sector, and we also work to support that sector as well for a number of reasons. It might not be traditional economic development, but it's important here. And why is that? Well, that's partly because we want to prevent leakage. Leakage is another term that we use a lot that's a little wonky, so I'm just going to throw out there this version of leakage, we all know there's lots, is that we don't want people heading to other parts of the state or heading to other places to buy their things. We don't want them heading away. We want them purchasing that here, both because it supports jobs, it supports the prosperity of our businesses and our owners, it keeps those businesses flourishing, and it provides sales tax, which then goes to support the programs that you help to put forth for the community over and over again. So while most economic development is focused on those primary sector jobs, we do actually put a portion of our energy towards retail to help make sure that whatever people want, they can find here, they can buy here, supporting our employees and our businesses. And really, the whole point of doing that is we seek to grow a diverse and stable economic base with jobs that are very consistent with our regional plan and with our community values. We are very aware of the identity of Flagstaff, and we work to bring businesses who are going to be a part of that community and who are going to honor that identity. We do have, because sometimes a video is worth 1,000 words, a brief video so that, well, it looks like, got it. Because rather than me talk about all the wonderful things that are involved in it.
Okay, next question. Explain economic development.
The Cambridge Dictionary defines economic development as the process in which an economy grows or changes and becomes more advanced, especially when both economic and social conditions are improved.
Yeah, that doesn't help, does it?
Who are you?
I'm Dana. You can think of me as your tutor.
Do you know what economic development is?
Rather than tell you what economic development is, why don't I show you? Follow me.
Have fun, buddy.
Would you like an ice cream?
Yes.
Ice cream. That's economic development. You see this ice cream shop? The owners moved to this country just a few years ago with the dream of opening this place. They use local milk directly from area farmers. When locals and tourists buy that ice cream, the owners make more money. And then they pay their employees, who spend that money in this city.
Thanks.
That's economic development.
Economic development tastes good.
Yes, it does. It turns out the ice cream is so popular, they opened an ice cream factory. We call that business retention and expansion. And they hired people with expert skills in ice cream from all around the world. Their ice cream has now gone international. Many of these people moved here from all over the world to work for this ice cream company. We call that talent attraction. Our city has become so well known for ice cream that we recently got a new slogan.
I now declare our city the ice cream capital of the universe.
Now we get to tell everyone how cool our city is, which is great for tourism. This year, our city is hosting the International Association of Ice Cream Makers Convention. Thousands of people are coming here to learn about it. And because we're so well known for ice cream, companies from around the world have moved here too, so they can get a scoop of the action. We call that foreign direct investment. We were able to convince an international cone company to move here to make cones for all the ice cream we're selling.
Well, it only makes sense to be where the ice cream is. Besides, this city has a great quality of life.
What does quality of life mean?
Good question. For economic development to happen, a city has to provide things that make people happy. People that work here want to enjoy their life. They want nature, things to do, good schools, and community.
I love this place.
So, do you understand what economic development is now?
Yes, it all starts with ice cream.
Right.
And making the place you live awesome.
Great answer. My work here is done.
Thanks for the indulgence on that. We felt like if the public was watching and it was an opportunity to kind of get away from some of the wonky talk and talk a little bit about it. We also, while it doesn't exactly exemplify Flagstaff in all ways, there's that tie to Joy Cone and to the fact that one of the things that we're trying to do is to create hubs for green technologies, for software and development, for those primary sector jobs. And Flagstaff has a lot going for it that does attract talent and does attract some of the wonderful things that we just learned about through our Legos. One last slide for me, and then I will pass it on. We do have a chance to celebrate this year. The Arizona Association of Economic Development has named Jack Fitchett, who you'll be meeting shortly, as their new member of the year, which is a super exciting honor for Jack. Shows some of the work he's doing regionally, and he really has shown a lot of leadership regionally and throughout the state. He's becoming really well known, which as an attraction manager is something he should do. We also, once again, just want to recognize the fact that nothing that we do happens by ourselves. The Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona is an amazing partner to help us reach out regionally beyond the city boundaries, because rising tides lift all ships, to use a little bit of a trope. The Arizona Commerce Authority, the Moonshot and NASET, the Workforce Development Board, Coconino County. Again, you see the entire economic development team here, but with all those partners, we really feel like we can move mountains. So I will pass this on to Jack. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack Fitchett, and I have the pleasure of serving as your Business Attraction Manager. Thank you, Dave, for those kind words. Appreciate that. I'm going to start off and talk a little bit about some of the more sexy things related to business attraction, and those are our incentives. The first of which is the job creation incentive. This was used to help attract UACJ Whitehall Automotive Industries, which will have thank you, appreciate that, which will have $65 million in capital investment and create over 300 jobs. That was going to be in 3 years, now that'll be in 2 years. So that job creation incentive was awarded to them. We also have 2 pending applications that I believe are going to be right on the horizon, so that is exciting as well. Additionally, we have the Sustainable Automotive Sales Tax Rebate, which actually has just had its funding expired. We started off with $25,000, and as of 2 weeks ago, we issued our 40th application, and the council and the budget team will have the opportunity to consider if that fund balance will be replenished or not to continue to offer this incentive to all electric, hybrid, and highly fuel-efficient vehicle purchasers. Some quick statistics for you. 23 electric vehicles, 15 hybrid, and 2 highly fuel-efficient vehicles were used took advantage of this rebate. 24 locals and 16 non-locals. So that kind of gives you the makeup of who is using this incentive, and the vast majority, again, are going to be local and all electric vehicles. So that is exciting, and we love being able to show off our partnership with our sustainability team. Kind of a year in review and some of the successes. We had over 480 new business licenses issued this year. 268 of those were, your practical everyday business license, and then 212 of those were home occupation business licenses. So essentially, that meaning that the small business and folks, working out of their home and trying to do things that way are really the backbone of Flagstaff, and the numbers continue to show that. We also, I'm going to touch very quickly on this, UACJ Whitehall Industries and Catalyst Space Technologies also expanded this year. We are currently passing that off to our lovely BR&E manager, John Sonstall, who will speak here shortly, but wanted to quickly touch on that both of those companies who had been here for less than a year are already expanding in Flagstaff, which is excellent news. And then we had some of the name brand business wins. Obviously, In-N-Out speaks for itself. KC Highlights, which will open later this year, and Home Goods, which opened in the same shopping district as Safeway. So all very exciting. Looking ahead to the future, as you all heard earlier today about the 31.45 acres, we are excited to get that over the finish line and get that ground lease signed with Gentera Enterprises. That will create much needed space for manufacturing and R&D type companies. There's also over 1,800 acres currently working its way through the development pipeline and the city's planning process, so our friends in community development are quite busy. You can see some of the acreage as it relates to the type use there. I do just want to specify real quickly that although 1,800 acres is moving through the pipeline right now, that does not necessarily mean that all 1,800 acres will come to fruition. They still have to go through concept and site plan approval and do all the necessary steps that are associated with our code and planning process. But this is kind of a glimpse of what's to potentially come. And then 5,000 new dwelling units are also navigating that planning process as well. So that's extremely exciting. I understand that we are in a housing crisis, and this is much needed. The business one-stop shop we spoke a little bit about before the end of last year, but just to give you a quick update, we had our kickoff meeting with Civic Plus to begin the phase 1 of this project, which is going to be the website redesign and overhaul to increase the effectiveness and efficiency of some of the information and tools that are already available on our website, but maybe a little bit harder to find for new business owners or just business owners that maybe have not had to go through an expansion process or a new development plan, et cetera. And so we are excited that we kicked that off today, and we are hoping to launch that in the second week of May, which coincides nicely with Economic Development Week. And then phase 2 is also going to happen concurrently with that. Our director, David McIntyre, is going to be working with community development and building safety to improve some of that functionality and continue to offer some additional services that our businesses that are already existing here and those that are to come will be able to take advantage of. Real quickly, I'd just like to close on some of our software and analytics. We recently were able to purchase Buxton Analytics, which is a software that allows us to take advantage of several different metrics. We used to work with them in the past, and then the price point got a little bit too high for us. However, as Dave mentioned, working with our partnerships and collaboration, we were able to work with several of the Northern Arizona communities, such as Winslow, Camp Verde, and Sedona, through Econa, to get a much better price point on that. So we were excited to bring that back, and here's some just quick highlights for you. I was hoping to talk a little bit more about those numbers, but my contact at Buxton is currently running a report for me on that and is not sure if we can share all of that private information just yet, but once I have that, I will share it with council. And then another software that we take advantage of is called Placer AI Analytics. Placer is different than Buxton, whereas Buxton kind of offers a much further in-depth view of what are the people like that are spending money here. They kind of give us that consumer database and overview of what is it, who's spending money here, what do they like, where are they spending their time. Placer is different in the sense that we are tracking people in the trade area, and we can see where they're spending their time, as well as what quarters they're traveling down, how much time they are actually spending there. You can see here in this quick report that these are the numbers for downtown Flagstaff and Southside for New Year's Eve, which is kind of cool. And through our analytics platforms, we are keeping our community safe through economic development, because we are able to share this information with some of our partner organizations that include the DBA, Metro Plan, and the Flagstaff Police Department, which is giving additional information of, okay, how busy are these events going to be? How well do they need to be staffed? So there's a lot of overlap between other divisions, and we're happy to be able to provide that to them. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Craig Zanetko, who's going to talk to you a little bit about NASET and brownfields. Thank you.
Brownfields. Thank you, Jack. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Mentioned before, my name is Craig Zanetko. I am the Administrative Specialist for the Community Investment Office. That affords me the opportunity to work with the wonderful people that make up the Economic Development team. Brownfield efforts for the city have been around for decades. As you may have recalled, and for the benefit of the public, Brownfields program is from the EPA, and it supports repurposing properties for a more robust business climate, as well as ensuring hazardous materials are identified and addressed for the safety of our citizens. There are still funds available in this cycle, about $200,000, that will expire in September of 2023. While we partnered with our Public Affairs Office, we were able to put out a press release and social media push for the Lunch and Learn that took place today. We received some potential nominations for properties that are inside the city limits. That was a direct result from information sharing that we did just a few hours ago in this very room. And thank you, Mayor, for your interest. And I apologize that we weren't able to fulfill that request. Dave Laney, the representative from Stantec Consulting, updated council this past fall. We decided to ensure that our new mayor and council members have a chance to learn about this program as well. The ED team is a member of the Northern Arizona Property and Business Revitalization Program led by the Northern Arizona Council of Governments. While this program has provided funding for projects throughout the region from Page to the Verde Valley, we have secured monies for properties here in Flagstaff. The Sunshine Rescue Mission and the Transitional Housing Dorsey Manor both had regulated building material surveys conducted and were also able to receive funding to get any hazardous materials removed. They had been in business for 50 years, and they had not had any kind of surveys done on their buildings at all. And so with this program, we were able to go in, make those assessments, and help regulate and remediate those materials. And of course, the DCC was able to acquire a Phase 1 environmental site assessment to help further the progress on construction for their new buildings. 2022 was a good year for growth as we partnered with Moonshot on the NASET campus. This past fiscal year also had us exceeding our revenue pro forma for the first time by about $400,000. While that's an impressive number and will help with funding for some of the repairs that we'll talk about on this next slide, aside from the economic benefit, the community benefit from having the partnership with Moonshot is much more rewarding as we help these companies develop, graduate, move into the community, and create local jobs. Currently, there are 13 companies housed in the incubator with only one office space open at the moment. The accelerator has 16 companies. It's still the emergency operations center for the city and has 3 new tenants approved to move in starting tomorrow, 2 digital marketing companies, and a bioscience business working with microbines and DNA sequencing. Those new businesses will bring the occupancy rates to 77%, which is above the required pro forma for occupancy in their current contract. With the success up there, we've experienced growing pains and challenges to overcome. David McIntyre and I have been meeting with facilities on a monthly basis to ensure the issues with the buildings are addressed and repaired. on the screen are a few lists of the fixes that we have implemented or will be working on this spring. We were on track to get most of these completed before Mother Nature decided to give us all the snow for winter in 1 month. We'd like to give a big shout out, recognize, and send love to Manny, to Joe, Terrell, Brian, John, and Joey from facilities. They have been tremendous help in supporting us. We couldn't function without them, so just teamwork, make the dream work with them. Marketing efforts for the economic development team have been fruitful as well. Jack and John were both able to negotiate a 70% discount on costs for our annual campaign, 60% last year, so we got another 10% off this year. We work with several different entities to get this information out to the public. We write articles, advertising. The impression count that we have is around 750,000, and that's pretty impressive. We're also in the process of enhancing the Choose Flagstaff website. This enhancement will include highlights of local businesses with monthly vlogs, an added Choose Flagstaff LinkedIn account, and regular updates to our social media platforms. And with that, I will turn it over to John Saltonstall.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks, team. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I'm John Saltonstall, the Business Retention Expansion Manager for the City of Flagstaff. I love hearing all the successes. I know this is our team. I'm proud of the team. Thank you. So my job as the Business Retention Expansion Manager is to help businesses stay and grow in our community. And that's really accomplished by being a resource broker. Up here on the slide, I've got listed a number of ways that translates into action, incentives and grants. I'm on the Workforce Development Board, so we work very closely with that team that we saw earlier, the CTE Proclamation Group. Work with our professional organizations. We heard a little bit about the marketing, program development. I want to talk a little bit about the ARPA Small Business Assistance Grant. That's something that is a program that we have right now underway. As of 8:30 this morning, when I sent an email out to the team, I was able to report that we had 25 businesses who submitted applications that have not received any COVID-related funding. The total of their requests is $430,000 to support projects with a total cost of $1.4 million. So that shows their grant match as well. We had 29 other businesses that received a total of $3.1 million in some type of previous COVID relief funds. They requested $488,000 in their request, and their project cost was $1.4 million as well. So again, as of 8:30 this morning, there were 54 businesses that applied, asking for a total of $918,000 to support projects in the realm of $2.8 million. And since 8:30 this morning, I've got, I think, 25 or 30 more flagged emails with that say ARPA, small business, and have an attachment. So that's one of these programs that we have. It's been a great success. It's going to be a challenge to make those $300,000 support as much as we can, but that's what we'll be doing. And yeah, I got caught up in that, but love all, serve all, that's the job, and that's what we do in all of our positions. So this slide talks a little bit about the business retention expansion incentive of this last year. We had 6 applicants. The total requested amount was $155,000. Each one of those dollars would have been matched by private funds. Total number of jobs that were being proposed to be retained or created is 75, with an average wage of $32.50 per hour. Of those, we had 2 awardees. We had the Physio Shop. This is a physical therapy outfit in town, and they'll be hiring 2 new people at $65 an hour for one and $32 an hour for the other. And Crosswalk Labs. This is a company that works a lot with the City of Flagstaff. They do real-time carbon dioxide emissions evaluations. So for any community around the world interested in learning how they're doing in terms of meeting their environmental goals, Crosswalk Labs is the company to do it. And I'm going to talk about them again here. This is the slide about our Innovate Waste Challenge. This is one of our entrepreneurial events that came to the City of Flagstaff after our director, Dave McIntyre, went to an economic development conference and learned about some neat ways of partnering with sustainability. This asks and invites entrepreneurs in the community to take a look at our waste stream and convert and divert material from the landfill and make it into a viable business. As we've been partnering with sustainability over time, we changed the name, small change, but it's now Innovate Waste, the Carbon Neutrality Challenge. And in this way, it really encompasses more of what we're trying to accomplish with respect to our environmental goals. Any business that wants to try and sequester or minimize emissions would be a business that we'd want to compete in this event. We also do a lot of work with the folks Moonshot at NACET. They've been great partners as well. Their whole program is already designed to work with startups, so they're putting on a series of free workshops that support the Innovate Waste Challenge. Restoration Soils is another one of our winners that competed in the Innovate Waste Challenge. This is a company that's doing work out on the east side of town, and they're all about learning to recycle a variety of materials, construction materials. They're working with a couple of our larger manufacturers right now to see if they might be able to help mitigate some of the water services issues that we've been having with a couple of them. So it's pretty exciting to have these collaborations through our community. This slide just talks about a couple of just a few of the expansions that we have in our community. We know that Joy-Con is expanding right now. They're putting on a third batter room. They've got plans in review right now to add an additional 85,000 square feet of space. It's also fun to have seen the Legos talking about ice cream. And we can certainly get a tour through that facility for those of you who have not been there. It's amazing to see what technology goes into making ice cream cones for the world. We've got Translational Genomics Institute. People know them as TGen North. They've had great expansions. They've been terribly busy throughout all of the pandemic. And Poba Medical is another one of our startups from one of our serial entrepreneurs who's been growing like mad. I think he's poised for more growth, going to double in the number of employees in a short order. Workforce development. We've got our workforce development analysis coming up. We presented a little bit about that, where we're going to engage with a consultant to really figure out where there are gaps in that system. We've also got the youth talent pipeline scheduled for the spring. It was great to see the CTE and Caveat team here today. That whole crew reconvened a couple weeks ago. We are going to have another auto pipeline event coming up in April, and those are tremendous events. We'll invite all of you to it naturally. We bring students, teachers, administrators, and industry all in the same room, and it's a very simple yet sophisticated way to enhance the workforce pipeline. Yeah, so that's what we have. That's our economic development team. That's our year in review. It's always a pleasure to be here, and I can't tell you how much I enjoy just hearing all these things. You know, we all just work day to day, and it's nice to have this time to celebrate some of these wins with you. So if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Council, any questions? I love all the love that was expressed in these slides.
Can't help it.
I don't know. We do have a public commenter. If Gail Jackson could step on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Gail Jackson with Econa. I just wanted to come tonight and support this amazing economic development team. It truly is amazing what they can do with such a little amount of money that they do have, and those grants, they do so much for the business in the region, or within Flagstaff, but they've done an amazing job of keeping Flagstaff great. I know our organization, Econa, has grown over the last year and a half, adding some of our smaller communities from outside. Camp Verde as well as Sedona has joined, and they all recognize that being a part of Flagstaff is a good thing, and we get better results when we're all in it together. So I just wanted to come and say thank you. They've done amazing things this past year, and you should all be very proud. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're down to item number 4, Downtown Connection Center, Art Concepts, Art Glass, and Southside Grove Sculpture.
I'm short, so I have to reach this down for this. Thank you for hanging in here. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Jana Weldon, I'm the Beautification Arts and Sciences Program Manager. And for your consideration and response in this work session, I will be presenting 2 arts concepts, the Art Glass and the Southside Grove Sculpture. For this project at the Downtown Connection Center on Phoenix Avenue between Milton and Beaver Street, we partnered with Mountain Line. Deputy Manager Kate Morley is present this evening to answer any general project questions you may have. This rendering, which was provided by the Mountain Line design team, gives an overview of the art and context of the architecture of the building, which is part of the project. Some of the imagery in the glass and some of the architectural detail have been updated since the rendering was made, but you can see the scale, which is the success to any public art work. We attempted in this project, which resides in the vibrant and historic South Side, to manifest what public art is all about. Public art is a distinguishing part of our history and our evolving culture. It reflects and reveals our society, adds meaning to our cities, and uniqueness to our communities. Public art and beautification humanizes the built environment and invigorates public spaces. It provides an intersection between the past, the present, and the future, between disciplines and between ideas. And very important, public art is freely accessible. In this presentation, I will review the strong community input that went into every stage of the design process, starting with the artist selection, then continuing with the many transit stops the artist team made to pick up more feedback, each stop leading to ideas and revisions that strengthened the artwork. The final stops will be the art concepts. An artist was desired to add a number of integrated and beautification elements to the entire site design and work within Mountain Line's interdisciplinary team. The procurement process sought out qualified, experienced artists in design team and integrated public art. The design team was chosen by a broad spectrum of vested community members. Even the city representative, for example, worked extensively in the South Side plan. The selection panel recommended to BPAC the artist team of Laura Haddad and Tom Drugan, who had a wealth of project types all over the country and community engagement experience. BPAC endorsed this recommendation, and in December of 2020, City Council approved the design services contract for Haddad Drugan. The design went in 2 stages. The first was to identify the areas and elements where an art beautification project could enhance, and then develop some preliminary ideas to vet. The next was to take 2 of the larger projects that had support to 100% design. All the funding for the DCC project is from the voter-approved Bed, Board, and Beverage funds. BBB funds are dedicated to beautification, a portion of them are dedicated to beautification or arts and science projects and may not be allocated for other purposes. The original budget for this project in 2020 was $470,000. Thus, the vision was large from the inception. There has historically been a desire for an iconic rendezvous artwork in this area. Before the art team embarked on any design, our program wanted to hear stories and the significance of place. These are some of the processes undertaken. And it looks like maybe I skipped some, and I apologize, or it skipped over. We held a photo contest to help the artists learn about the Southside community through visual language. One category, for instance, in the contest was special places or features that bring light to the South Side. A community forum survey was conducted. Again, the focus was on eliciting what is special about the place. The responses were quite fun, very imaginative, and stitched together like a quilt. The artist team also conducted a site visit in 2021. They stayed with a local friend, immersed themselves. The circle with the Southside residents left a strong impression. Some of the main site inspirations for the artworks are the identity of Mountain Line, the indelible presence of the peaks as viewed from the south side, the diverse logging history, and the vast ponderosa pine forest, ancient astronomy, and the grounding into the directions of solar alignments, as well as modern telescopic viewing. The strong community circle represented by the Murdoch Center and the sharing of stories. The artists team came up with a constellation of about 15 project ideas originally. Through vetting with the design team and Mountain Line's Southside stakeholder group, 5 project ideas emerged. I do want to mention the Southside stakeholders group put together by Mountain Line for this project included members of the Southside Community Association, La Plaza Vieja, and the Downtown Business Association, amongst others. Now, these 5 ideas went through more vetting. They were presented for comment to the Beautification and Public Art Commission, the Southside stakeholder groups, and in public meetings open to all conducted with Mountain Line in the fall of 2021. And all 5 went forward based on the responses. These are some of the images of the undeveloped ideas of the 5 projects shown at the time. 3 of these ideas will go on to be developed by other artists. We are working with Historic Preservation Officer Mark Rivas to leverage a commitment of the Army Corps of Engineers to visually elaborate some interpretive historical plaques that the Army Corps owes the city for, I guess, something that they're removing as part of the Rio de Flag. We are working with legal, traffic, and risk management to develop a policy for safe, beautiful, and fun art crosswalks. I think that policy will be before you soon. If the pilot project, if it is adopted, the new traffic policy, will likely be at Mike's Pike and Phoenix Avenue. We will target local artists in our outreach and rotate the art periodically so that the art's refreshed and stays aesthetically strong. Also in the works, when the bus bays are built in phase 2 of Mountain Line's project, there's another opportunity to target regional visual artists and perhaps poets. It could either be art within the bus shelter if those are built, but they may not build bus shelters in the bus bays. So maybe like our traffic signal cabinet program, we could wrap designs on the cabinets that will charge the electric buses. I have to say that the art wraps are gaining tractions in the discussion as our traffic signal cabinets have remained very popular. So this artist team, though, took 2 ideas, the art glass and the Southside Grove sculpture, and developed the concepts while working with the design team to integrate the art within the evolving design of the DDC. I have to say the evolutions in the design and the site have been many. A few heads have spun, I guess. As the artists developed the artworks, the concepts were presented for comment to the original selection panel members, who recommended the artists, the Southside Community Association. We spent a night with them, the Southside Stakeholder Group, and Mountain Line's governing boards and committees in the spring of 2022. The artists team made several responsive modifications, and BPAC at its May 2022 meeting approved its recommendation to the City Council for approval of the art glass. They provided a provisional recommendation on the sculpture because they wanted to see some changes. The artist team incorporated that direction and some of upper management's comments in response into the features of the sculpture. And in November 2022, BPAC gave its full recommendation. BPAC Commissioner Zecker, Commissioner McGrath, and Commissioner Garcia are all present tonight and might make comment. The artist team, with their subs, proposed to fabricate the art glass and both fabricate and install the sculpture. Other supporting work will be done by Mountain Lions team. At this time, final budgets are not available. We're getting close, and they should be done within the next month when the contract for the artist team will be presented to council for approval. Right now, I believe we're targeting March 7th for that. The estimate range is $450,000 to $480,000 for the artist contracts. And the funding is available. My overture, though, is now complete. Movement 1 now will be the art glass above the new building entry, and Movement 2 will be the Southside Grove sculpture. The two artworks are linked through their common reference to pine trees, as well as their color palette. The art glass is luminous art. It will be integrated into the main entry of the new DCC building, which should have its groundbreaking in April. The art glass on the south facade is over the front door and faces Phoenix Avenue, and then wraps to the east facade, facing the future bus bays and the future civic space. This is the latest rendering, which shows how the art and the architectural detail are working together. Here is the glass art in context of the two building elevations to show scale. This slide shows the three images that are being overlaid to create the glass composition. The three images represent the three components of the Mountain Lion logo, but portrayed through a very different graphic technique. The artist will translate the concept imagery into a dot matrix, and these dots are transcribed by silk screening enamel onto clear glass. It's then fired, which fuses the color to the glass so it will never fade. The art glass will be sandblasted onto the back to make it translucent, which is necessary for the lighting effects that you're going to be seeing later, and will make the image pop both in day and night. The glass panels will then be tempered and assembled into an insulated glass unit. Here we see the color sample from the south elevation and the relationship to the entry doors. And here we see how the trees will wrap the corner to continue the forest image. The other two layers didn't lend themselves to wrap this portion. This imagery will face the grove sculpture, which we'll see later, which also references trees, so there is a nice correlation. It will get backlit at night, but not undergo the more dramatic night change of the south facade with its four-layered composition. At night, that south side facade will have different colors that backlight it, and those colors will rotate, and that will highlight the individual layers of the overlapping images on the south facade, and each image will kind of recede and emerge, creating a gentle morphing through colorful illuminations. So the next slides will be a very crude simulation of this, so bear with me. And so I'm going to pause here before I move on to the next art concept to see if you have any questions or responses concerning the art glass.
Council members, any comments or questions? That looks so cool. Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I definitely like this lit glass, shall we call it?
Yes, we don't have a name yet.
It's called lit glass.
It's lit glass?
Anyway,
Okay.
it's whatever
All
you
right,
call
I'm
it.
writing it down.
Lit glass. Anyway, it's I like it a lot.
All right, so the second developed artwork design is the immersive Southside Grove sculpture, which has a meet me here presence, but is also reflective of natural and cultural history, especially that of the South Side, but also of Flagstaff and the surrounding region. Before going into detail of this sculpture, I have to relay that it is really nearly impossible to convey a three-dimensional experience of a sculpture, especially one that has multiple pieces like this one that you can walk through in just two-dimensional renderings. I know sometimes uneasiness can occur because you can't really capture the experiential quality. So we do need a little bit of imagination as we go through these slides. Also, the complexity of the site with the Rio de Flag work by the Army Corps of Engineers, combined with the changes on Milton Avenue, led by ADOT, have led to a phased approach to the location of the sculpture. The artist team did originally design the sculpture for the civic space. We thought that was going a lot faster at the beginning of the project, which is now marked as phase 2 in the upper rendering. Given the potential of delays in this work, the team relocated the sculpture to the building plaza. And at first there was plenty of room in the building plaza, but the building plaza shrank with the ADOT work on Milton. They had to kind of shift everything over. So the best solution of the many brains on the design team was that so the art can be enjoyed now, given we don't know when the civic space will be actually done, is to phase the locations. A landscaped area designed for the sculpture will be added, and therefore this will become it'll be added onto the side of the plaza. It won't be permanent. When phase 2 does happen, and they're going to take that space for the bus space, then the sculpture will be moved to the civic space. So a revisioning of that civic space, though, is out for community comment at the present time. So the essence of the sculpture is 6 ponderosa pine telescope-inspired trunks made from weathered steel, positioned in a circle but aligned with the sun at the equinoxes and solstices, with a circular granite timetable etched with tree rings that contain significant cultural and natural events of astronomy, of indigenous people of the region and of the south side. 5 of the sculptures have branches. The south sculpture is more purely a telescope and contains an oculus, which will signify in a special way the spring and fall equinoxes. Since its inception, there have been a variety of subtle changes to the sculpture, which added together give it a more proportional, more layered, organic, and softer appearance to reflect the community feedback. What you're seeing today is the result of many iterations the artist team explored. Some of the changes evident in this slide are the branches now vary in length and are staggered and twisted on the trunks. The branches are now smaller in diameter to be lighter. Clear acrylic prisms terminate all 74 primary branches to soften the ends and add iridescent effects. Needle clusters are composed of cast acrylic rods in 3 different colors. There's a sound element, a whispering chime that has been incorporated. The telescope shape of the trunks are a reference, but they also actually help with the lines of the sculpture themselves. If they just went kind of straight up and didn't stagger in, it could be too heavy or too domineering to the eye. The slight angling of 2.5 degrees, they're not straightly vertical, also kind of addresses and makes more elegant lines. Safety is one of the reasons that the branches don't start until 10 feet. These sculptures, though, are about 20 feet high. They are, though, properly scaled. When you consider the backdrop of not only the DCC building, the Mountain Line building, but also the hub across the street, the peaks, and of course the vast sky. This is the view looking up from inside of the sculpture, where the branches have a kind of enclosing effect, almost like outstretched arms or the hand-holding hands in the south side mural at the Murdoch Center. This image shows the materials that we are using in the sculpture: carved dark granite for the timetable, etched corten for the trunks, the acrylic needles, and the prisms for the branches. It is a nice kind of combination and contrast in textures. The sculptures, as seen from the bird's eye view, evokes the shapes of snowflakes and stars. The center of the grove is open with no branches, so the hexagonal shape when you're inside is more evident. The individual trunk locations mark the position of the sun at sunset and sunrise on the solstices and equinoxes. Members of the Indigenous Commission remarked positively on this strong directional orientation. A stainless tube diagonally pierces the south trunk and aligns the sun's position in the sky at noon on the spring equinox and spring and summer equinoxes, On equinox days, sunlight casting through this tube will form an ellipse of light in the middle of the central table. We may put a yellow acrylic shield in there so that maybe we can get a yellow light onto the center of the table. Still experimenting with that. Also, a small spotlight with warm white LED and a narrow beam could be mounted to the south telescope trunk and angled to illuminate only the top of the timetable. This light is static, would simply come on and off with any other plaza lights. It's under consideration, it's an option. It may only appear after the sculpture reaches its phase 2 location. Detail of the timetable, which will be made from black. Actually, it's just very dark granite. And the words describing indigenous Southside Flagstaff and Arizona history will be woven among the tree ring lines to create a concentric timeline. Bark texture will be carved around the perimeter to reinforce the image of a cut tree. Most likely, the words and lines will be white against a dark background, but we will also explore the opposite, black words and lines on a white background. So this is only a sample excerpt. I would like to thank the Southside Community Association and Councilmember Deborah Harris for referrals to Dr. Ricardo Guthrie, Associate Professor of Ethnic Studies at NAU, and Delia Munoz, an NAU librarian who has captured many of the La Plaza Vieja stories. I'd also like to thank Rose Tohi and the guidance from the Indigenous Commission on what aspects and ways of telling history that they would like to see included. There's other references that we're also consulting. This timetable, what's going to appear is a work in progress. The tabletop itself is 5 foot in diameter, again, made of this dark granite. It's set in a stepped weathering steel pedestal that's 2.5 feet high. These examples are artworks by our artist team using the same fabricator. The round disc at the top is carved with an image of the Chesapeake Bay for another project, but it is the same size and the same type of stone. The revolved image on the bottom shows a reverse etch, so in case they may want to go with black lines on white background, it might look more like that. Previously, the sculpture included stainless steel caps on the trunks, which were for visual effect only to reference eyepieces of a telescope. In response to comments from Mountain Lines Board and from BPAC, requesting that the artist team explore a sound element, they have included a chime. They originally thought of doing 6 chimes, 1 on each trunk, but they're focusing right now on doing 1 on the south sculpture. The chime will be activated by the wind using a clapper, and it will have an opening on 2 sides to let the wind in. Both the chime and the caps are polished stainless steel, but which will be very mirror-like. So they will visually merge. This rendering kind of makes them look like kind of white things on top, but they're going to really be reflecting the sky and the branches around them, so they're going to disappear a little bit more. So the rendering's a little bit misleading. And so here we have a mock-up that they've made from stainless steel, actual size of the chime, about a 3-inch diameter, 6 foot high. And different wall thicknesses cause different tones, so they're playing with that right now. And, the aim is, definitely to get a gentle, whispering pine kind of chime. It will be 20 feet in the air, so experimentation continues to get the right effect. The bark texture consists of lines derived from bark patterns etched into weathering steel using a CNC router. And when the steel sheet is rolled to form the trunks, the lines open up. And the artist team has already mocked this up, and they will be observing the weathering effects on the lines over the coming months. The rust is already forming on the etch line, widening and darkening the line in a organic manner. And the steel will continue to darken over time. I think we've all seen weathering steel around Flagstaff to know how that works. It will pretty much be done weathering. It will be set in gravel in phase 1. By the time it's moved to phase 2, the weathering will be complete and there will be no rust runoff. So if the design of the civic space calls for the sculpture to be placed on a hardscape versus a landscape, we don't have to worry about the rust bleeding. So this detail shows the bark texture on lines on the trunk. They're refining the patterns. The image also shows large symbols. I think you can see 2 of them more deeply etched into the trunks. Each trunk will receive a symbol positioned about 42 inches off the ground and facing inwards towards the timetable. Each symbol represents an individual culture that makes up the Southside community. The symbols express, each in their own unique and culturally specific way, a concept related to the community within that culture. In a sense, each tree with its symbol will represent a culture, and as a grove, they will together depict a diverse and interconnected community. The sun symbol will be used on the south telescope tree. The other symbols are used on the trunks that loosely align with the direction of the originating culture from the sculpture. So the West African symbol is on the southeast trunk. The Basque symbol is on the northeast trunk. The Asian symbol is on the northwest trunk. The Latinx symbol is on the southwest trunk. And the indigenous symbol is on the north trunk. This is a detail of the branches, which will be made from weathering steel pipe, and acrylic detail elements have been added to bring color, luminosity, and iridescence to the sculpture. The sculpture has roughly 75 needle clusters bolted to the ends of some of the branches. These assemblies are inspired both by stars and the needles of the ponderosa pine. So they're basically looking to use 3 colors designed by the pine needles. This mock-up only shows 1 color because it was the most readily available to make kind of the sample. So again, the center is, the spears at the center will be mirror polished to match the chime caps, and again, will reflect their surroundings and to an extent disappear. The renderings don't show that quality that well. All 75 branches will have acrylic prisms bolted in their ends. The prisms will be about an inch triangular shape, and about 5 inches will be exposed. Mostly on sunny days, they will catch the light and iridesce and sparkle as a person moves around the sculpture. At certain sun angles, they will catch the light in a certain way to cast color spectrums. They could be cast onto the branches, onto the trunks, but also onto the ground. And so with that, I present the Southside Grove summary of features that we just went over. The trunk components, the height, the angle, the cultural symbols, the directional alignments, the sound feature, the timetable. The only thing the sculpture lacks is ortho imagery. If the city managers insist, I can ask Haddad Drugan to include it. And so I'm ready for your questions and comments.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. Do we have comments or questions? Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, I like 99% of it, a lot. I just mentioned a couple things. The tree rings with the messages between the years, I just love that. I think that's a great idea. The equinox portal, I love that. I have personally put my hand on Stonehenge, and when I saw that, it made me think of Stonehenge, which was one of the more moving moments in my whole life, to put my hand on Stonehenge. So I like the equinox sun portal. Couple comments, maybe more needles, is that possible? And then the last thing I'll say is I don't like the chimes. I think they're a nuisance. I believe that if when I think of the forest, I think of natural quiet. And chimes are completely opposite of that. So, and I may be 1 out of 1,000 people that feel that way, but I do feel that way. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this is really, really exciting. I always I'm just always blown away when these projects come before us. The courthouse, the art walk over at the airport. Every time we're presented with a project, and by the way, great job on the level of detail and specificity, even just from an engineering perspective. So much has gone into this. The library project is under construction right now. It's all so exciting. I would love to see more of this. I would love to use more B&B dollars to do a lot more of this everywhere around town. And while I'm a great consumer of these things, maybe I'm not so much of a connoisseur. Art does baffle me a little bit. I would never be able to come up with the majesty of these projects on my own. And therefore, I try to be very careful with micromanaging these things. It's really not my place to micromanage. And as an author, I know how careful you need to be in telling an artist what to do and how to do their vision. So I don't want to get too nitpicky about things. I did want to just make sure of one thing, which I'm sure everyone has thought of, but if this is going to be a bit of have a Stonehenge quality to it, and it's going to move locations, that has to be considered very carefully ahead of time. Both locations will have micro specificities to them that will be different from each other. So good luck with trying to pull out your slide rule and protractor and trying to figure out all those minor differences, but definitely keep it in mind. And the other thing is, my suggestion was going to be more chimes. Maybe not chimes, but more sound elements. I understand what
like cowbell.
Cowbell, yes. More cowbell. I've got a fever. So whispering pines, so when you said a sound element at the beginning, I wasn't thinking so much wind chimes, but more of a reed sort of quality or a whisperiness to it. And either way, I would my recommendation would be to do more than just one, especially at different decibel levels and resonance qualities or harmonics. Maybe these things can play off each other to create some really pretty chord effects. I'm not a musician, and I'm making that quite obvious right now with my free-flowing use of sound terms that are beyond my experience. But if you know what I mean there, I appreciate that. I also really like the tree ring element to this. I could talk about the reasons why for a long time, but it's really neat elements. I want to make sure in terms of, we had some issues with safety on the library project, sharp metal objects, rust, people trying to climb these things. I'd be more concerned about the damage done to the sculpture than I would the dork who tried to climb up the project. But I'm sure a lot of thought is going into that stuff, as well as the engineering and design elements for all this. And the other thing too is just a plea, a call out to make sure that there's there's a holisticness or a comprehensiveness to this effort. I attended the listening campaign that happened at the Murdoch Center within the past couple of weeks, where a team was really just trying to absorb all sorts of ideas from the community. Lots of neat things going on, lots of themes and ideas that we're trying to hit upon with the architecture and the landscaping and the layout and other features. One of the things I actually brought up myself was interactive playground equipment, but I've experienced things like last spring break when we went to tour the University of Washington as a possible place for my daughter's going to college. we hung out under the Space Needle, and they have an amazing park there with all sorts of features, playground equipment that are also musical instruments, some really neat aspects to that stuff. I think of some of the interactive structures that you can climb on at California Adventure in Disneyland. You feel like you're in the mountains. You're scrambling on boulder features. You're going up in and out of little crevices and things like that. So incorporating nature into the more interactive features that are also going to be around this. This is great. I would recommend that those folks look closely at this and maybe mold what they're doing around the inspiration that this provides. But just to make sure that there's a connectivity of experience and it doesn't feel like a bunch of separate projects, but that there's a real, wholesomeness to the whole thing. I'm dancing around a word I can't think of. I'll stop trying to do that. But just really, really tickled by this. I want to see it tomorrow. Really, really looking forward to all of this coming to fruition. Wonderful work to everybody involved.
Well, thank you. I do want to do a shout out to Norris, who conducted that workshop at the Murdoch Center, and they did design the landscape area with a little seating wall as part of the Phase 1 sculpture, so they're very intimately already involved with the sculpture. So I think that the placement of the sculpture in Phase 2 obviously isn't determined yet, but I think that, that it's the same design team will help us achieve a holistic approach to the civic space when that happens.
All right, actually, Councilmember Harris indicated that she had a comment, and then I'll go back to Councilmember House and Sweet.
I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you've put in on this project. And I think sometimes as a city, we get it right, and then sometimes we don't. And I think with this one, we got it right, because the people that have been involved in this project feel very much like they are part of it and that their ideas were listened to, and that they feel very, it just adds a different element that I think hasn't been felt in the South Side. People think that their cultures and their heritage really do matter, and so this sculpture is taking us to that place, and so people are really happy about that, and I personally thank you for all the work that you've done, and so does the community, so thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Harris. The artist team so enjoyed the time that they spent with your community, and so have I, and I always look forward to going to the Murdoch Center in the South Side Community Association and presenting ideas and hearing feedback.
Councilmember House.
Thank you. Jana, this is absolutely amazing. I had the opportunity to be part of one of the listening sessions or just reviews of some of this art with the Southside Community Association, and it's just amazing to see the amount of thoughtfulness, detail, and representation that has truly gone into all of the elements that have been worked into this. In reviewing the presentation before tonight's meeting, I was just blown away by the amount of just sheer detail that has gone into this even further from the last time that I had a chance to see it. And just the thought that, we have community members who will not only for some among the first times seeing themselves in artistic representation as part of this community, but also having that opportunity to find themselves. I just think of the beautiful image of people looking at that the word just completely escaped trunk. The trunk representation. I almost called it the round thing. But being able to look at that and, find pieces of their own history and the history of that neighborhood and the history of the different peoples who have made this community what it is so powerful. And I believe will be truly impactful for our entire community. So thank you to you and the artists and everyone who's been involved in bringing this forward. It's truly, truly amazing.
Thank you, Councilmember House.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I am so excited for this project and what it'll bring to our community. I serve as the liaison to BPAC as well as sit on the Mountain Line Board. And I have had the pleasure of watching this artistic process through the many stages of its creation. The final proposal encapsulates the vision of many in our community. Flagstaff is very lucky to have such creative and artistic elements throughout our beautiful city, and this project will enhance an area of town, bringing it from underutilized to a vibrant space for our community to enjoy. Thank you to everyone involved in this project for all of the hard work. It's paid off.
I just want to echo all of the praise. Thank visitors and residents for eating out, because this is one of the things that we get as a result. And I hope to see tons more public art everywhere. So thank you to BPAC, Councilmember Sweet, to you, to your commission members, and I know we have a couple commission members here who would like to give public comment, and I'm going to call for that right now, unless there's anyone else who has a mess. Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Just real quickly, you can call them up. This will only take about 10 seconds. I already talked to the art part of it. Now I'm going to talk as a mechanical engineer. I could see these branches under certain wind conditions vibrating and fatiguing and breaking off. So I suggest that you have a mechanical engineer look at it.
We are right now.
I love it when I ask council or to staff to do things and it's like, oh, we already did that. So thank you.
Anthony Garcia.
If it's appropriate, can I go last, please?
Yes, you may. Matt McGrath.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. You may recognize me. I was here 2 weeks ago representing the Forest Service, talking about camping and campfire restrictions. I just want to acknowledge that to point out that I'm absolutely in no way representing the Forest Service tonight. I'm here as a citizen and a volunteer. I am very honored to serve as the chair of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee under the Transportation Commission and also serve as a commissioner on the Beautification and Public Art Commission, where I've been for about 18 months. So I joined this a little bit midstream, and it's really been great to be a part of. As I'm sure I don't need to tell you, public comments are often trying to sell you on an idea, and when you have such a great project like this, there's not a lot of sales that goes along with something like this, and I think a lot of the council's comments have already pointed that out. I will say that the DCC, really excited to see it coming together. It's going to be a very important piece of infrastructure, and more importantly than that, an important, vibrant public space. And I think it deserves some iconic placemaking features like the proposals that you have seen today. Not only the two that you've seen today, but coming forward, the next few that will be going also. We can't get here without recognizing the amazing work that has been done in terms of public engagement that I think several of the council members have mentioned. And the fact that, the very beginning, Councilmember McCarthy said no chimes, Vice Mayor Aslan said more chimes. It shows you how difficult it is on any of these art projects to get really any kind of proposal, and that this one came out so amazingly well, I think is a testament to the city staff, the artists, and most importantly, the community. Being willing to engage over a multi-year process to develop this. So I just want to thank you very much for your consideration for this. I was just in the back beaming every time you'd make another comment. I was taking notes. I'm like, I can't take notes of all the great things that you're saying. So I just want to thank you very much and encourage you to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Anthony, are you ready now?
For the record, Matt, I think we settled at cowbells.
I was going to say, my name is Anthony Garcia, Madam Mayor and Council, that we were going to have an assortment of dog whistles, and I will be wearing the cowbell for the community when I visit the place. The reason I wanted to go last is I didn't want to be duplicative or steal the thunder of Mr. McGrath. He's such an excellent spokesman. But what I wanted the council to kind of understand is really how far the BPAC has come over time, and really how far staff has come over time. The way that they perform putting the community engagement together now in multiple tiers and in such a robust way is a form of art in itself. When I first came here, I think the only one on council was I forgot your name. Just kidding, Mr. McCarthy. And I think you're the one who might have even got me on the commission. But the amount of work that staff has had to do to get all the members of the community and get their input and somehow put it into something that looks like this in the end really speaks to the staff. David has come a long way, has really listened to the public in transforming that department in a way that would best suit Flagstaff. It was like an open book and really took public comment, and Heidi just let it happen, and then gave everybody the tools in place to make that happen. And then Jana, of course, came through in the end and had some great ideas that she brought from past experiences to make the public process extremely robust. So much so that I'm beyond words when it comes to this project, because we're talking about hundreds of different voices coming together on one piece of project. And art is a visceral thing, like we had between council member and vice mayor, some differences. A lot of artists have to die before their art is even noticed. It could take that much time. And it's really not us to decide. It really has to do with just spending time with the project and having some, having time to digest it. And I think they really hit the mark on this one. From the moment that I think it was Vice Chair Lebarski, when she came up, when she was like, there's a DCC thing going on, we need to figure out some budget for this. To the time when we put that into budget, to the time when we looked at the possibilities of this, and then to see staff just go in there and take every part of public comment and making it into this is really, truly a success on the city's behalf. When I first came here, I was wondering, how we were going to move, into the BPAC, how we were going to move public art forward. Now I can leave knowing that we're going to do a good job moving forward. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, no more public comment or comment from council members or staff. So I have a request. It has been requested that we have a short break. So 10 minutes. Be back here at 7:47. Okay, let's move on to number 5, parking update and discussion.
Apologies already. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Gail Brockman. I am your parking manager for the city of Flagstaff. I would like to start this evening by welcoming our newest council members, Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Matthews, and Councilmember House. Welcome. I'm excited to present to you the most exciting topic of the evening. It's going to be a hard act to follow, my team members. I would like to present to you this evening a parking update. Oh. There we go. This presentation this evening is twofold. It's not only to provide a parking update, identifying the key accomplishments, our partnerships, the challenges, the achievements, and the general state of the parking program, but also to share several items for information to you with requests for input before we move forward with next steps. I know that in the past, I've had the opportunity to speak with several of you on different aspects of the parking program, and I have not had that opportunity to speak with you others. So I would like to start with a brief history or a brief overview of why parking. So why parking? The short answer is that a limited resource needs to be managed. For more than 25 years, Flagstaff struggled with parking downtown. The lack of employee and public parking lots and the inefficiency of the 2-hour time-limited parking enforcement model caused 2 significant problems in the downtown district. Employees were parking in front of businesses, leaving no place for customers to park, and spillover parking was in the surrounding neighborhoods, leaving no place for residents to park. In 2017, Park Flag was implemented to address the issues of not having enough parking and not efficiently managing the parking that we did have. This program is a special revenue fund that operates solely on parking revenues and not the general fund. The program was created with a mission to create a fair and balanced parking system, providing the most benefit for all, and to achieve the following goals: better manage our existing parking and limited supply, as well as provide convenient and positive experiences for our patrons, our employees, and our residents. It was also established to set aside funds dedicated solely to additional parking supply and facilities in the future. We did this through the creation of a lockbox. This was the first time in city history that a fund like this was created. After implementation, Park Flag operated successfully for 2 years between 2017 and 2019. The program flourished. Parking became fluid and available. Both are needed to support a vibrant downtown. Park Flag was fully staffed. We were observing changes in poor parking behaviors, and we had saved approximately $800,000 in our lockbox fund. In 2019, we decided that after 2 years of observing growth and changes in the downtown parking district, that we needed to reassess the parking program with reflecting upon the needs of the community as well as the needs of the program. In February of 2020, we brought possible changes to City Council for review. These changes included changes possibly to our operating hours, as well as the possible reduction of the cost of an employee parking permit downtown. We brought before council and took into consideration occupancy counts, requests from the public, stakeholders, Downtown Business Alliance input, who are huge supporters of Park Flag and great partners, as well as the times that parking management was needed the most. We also looked at the potential impact changes would have on Park Flag's long-term fiscal stability. On February 11th of 2020, Council approved a resolution to reduce the cost of the employee permit from $45 to $10 a month. as well as a reduction in hours. We now manage from 9 a.m. as opposed to 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. as opposed to 7 p.m. on the weekdays, and then 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. On Fridays and Saturdays. These changes are reflective of Park Flag building its management around our parking demand. The reduction in the cost of the employee permit, it also better met the needs of downtown employees, as that many employees downtown are part-time shift workers that earn minimum wage. So I believe that it fit the audience of the downtown employees more suitably. So shortly after these changes were approved, the program was suspended to support local businesses, residents, and visitors as we all adjusted to life in a COVID pandemic. We suspended the program to not only remove a touch point, but to create a sense of accessibility for those who didn't want to be out, who didn't want the contact. They could make orders online for restaurants and retail, and then they could come down. They didn't have to worry about paying to park, and they could pick up what they needed and feel safer about it. During this time, we implemented 20-minute curbside pickup zones. We designed and installed improved signage reflecting our new hours. These signs are much easier to read than our previous program signs. We designed and worked with a local company to hood our kiosks to again remove the touch points. And we installed a new and improved back office operating software. During this time, we also added several blocks of underutilized paid parking spaces to be used as additional employee permitted parking when the program was up and running again. And we assisted streets in painting lines and marks in the downtown area. During this time, I'll go back to it. During this time, we did do some enforcement. We had a small staff, a staff of 3. And we enforced regular Title IX violations, and we did write mostly warnings. In October of 2020, again, Park Flag presented to City Council possible re-implementation strategies. Again, taking into consideration our parking counts and our duration studies, as well as community feedback. Per council direction, the decision was made to re-implement the program on March 1st of 2021. This decision further supported visitation during the holiday months downtown, as well as during the slower months of the winter. Prior to re-implementation, we provided community updates and outreach through social media and printed publications. Once Pay to Park resumed on March 21st, we began a 1-month warning period where we issued only warnings to further give notice to downtown parkers and residents. So now we're going to move on to the current state of the program. We've been operating nearly 2 years since our re-implementation. And again, with a small staff, we continue to manage the program through ambassadorship versus our enforcement model. We continue to offer quality customer service. We conduct essential parking counts and provide behavior correction through warnings and then violations when needed. We issue significantly more parking warnings compared to our fee-based violations, as you can see in our numbers here. We manage over 100 square blocks, including 14 residential zones, and we are successfully achieving behavior change with this gentler approach. We have issued just under 45,000 warnings since our implementation or our inception in 2017, versus the citations that we have issued since inception of 12,266. In the first year after our re-implementation, we issued just over 5,500 warnings and almost 1,300 citations. We do really believe and embrace that ambassadorship model of warning over citation, because a heavy hand is not always needed to encourage these behavior changes. So we are currently generating about 70% of where we were at in revenues before we implemented the hour changes. We knew there would be a decrease in revenue because of the hour changes, as well as because of the decreased costs and permits. But we are operating at 70%, which is above where we were actually expecting to operate around 65%. Our parking revenues for 21-22 were approximately $1,060,000, and our lockbox total as of 6/30/22 is $1,037,660. Despite the increase in our operating expenses, including compensation rates, we are seeing increases in compensation rates. Paid parking remains $1 an hour. We are currently operating with a small staff, including myself. We have 1 lead parking aide, and I have 2 full-time parking aides. We do have a recruitment budget to hire 1 more full-time parking aide, and then essentially another full-time parking aide that could possibly be split into 2 part-time parking aide positions. When the airport goes online, we will be supporting the airport by hiring an additional parking aide at that time, and that position will be funded by revenues gained through the airport paid parking system. We have made some improvements to the program over the last couple of years. The first one I'm very excited about. It's our VIP commuter program in coordination and cooperation with Mountain Line and the Downtown Business Alliance. We are not only able to offer a $10 monthly permit to employees downtown, but we also now offer them in combination a free bus pass. So if you're an employee in a downtown business, you now have the opportunity to decide on a daily basis how you're going to commute to work. We have also added 2 new surface parking lots, 154 spaces. These lots are unique in that they are multi-use zones for pay to park, as well as employee permitted zones and facility zones in the lot at the new courthouse. During this time, we also added loading zones to address large delivery trucks that are unable to maneuver in the alleyways. We provided delivery drivers specific spaces during specific hours with the intention of removing them from the travel lanes to make vehicle, bicycle, and pedestrian travel safer. As a result, this is also helping businesses with more efficient deliveries. So now we move on to our discussion items. The first item that we have this evening is going to be a future agenda item. It is scheduled to be on the February 21st agenda. And it is the purchase of a license plate reader. So that will be decided upon a couple of agendas, a couple of meetings down the road. But I did want to provide you with some information this evening. Currently, Park Flag manages approximately 1,600 parking spaces. And per our comprehensive management plan, we are to employ 1 parking aide per 300 spaces. And even fully staffed, we would be short that number. To make up the difference, we would like to purchase a license plate reader to help enforcement staff work more efficiently. So you're wondering, what is a license plate reader? How does it work? It is a small piece of equipment that will be attached to the Park Flag electric vehicle. And once in operation, it will drive through certain areas that need enforcement. It'll take photos of license plates and tire stems, mark vehicles' position on the street. Then it will proceed to go back 2 hours later, do the same thing, and we would be able to issue warnings and citations at that point. 2-hour parking is one of our biggest, our most received complaint and concern from residents in the South Side and in our established resident zones. They would like to see us enforce that more. And unfortunately, we just don't have the staff to do it. For example, today it took 2 parking aides 4 hours to conduct 2-hour enforcement over, I would say, about 6 block faces. So it's time intensive. So this would definitely help. The LPR is the current best practice. It is one of the current best practices. It's seen in use on an NAU's campus as well as in areas of Phoenix. The purchase will be funded through the Park Flag revenue, which is separate from the general fund, as well as the lockbox. Now, this LPR system might not be as high-tech as a ortho-imaging system, but it does qualify to meet the needs of Park Flag and will greatly benefit the program. Okay, so our next item, oh, yes, at this point, I'm going to let everyone kind of look over the slide, and I'm requesting if there's any input or discussion that you would like to have at the end of each slide. So does anyone have any questions?
City Manager.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks for all of this. On this last topic, I think it's really great that we're seeing this advance as a suggestion. This tool would be an amazing efficiency, and you put down all the relevant bullet points here that no personal information stored, so there's no violations of right to privacy here. It's just a tool by which you and your small staff can effectively cover more ground, right?
Yes.
I think oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to answer that. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, well, this could be really effective in the South Side, and we're hoping to get back to a meeting with the South Side Neighborhood Association and some folks who are quite interested in seeing enhanced or increased maybe both enforcement in that area, and I know Park Flag can really help us out there. So maybe this is, I've always been worried in having that discussion that we're just putting more burden upon your staff to do more things, but with a tool like this, it seems like you have more abilities.
Yes, we would be able to work more efficiently for sure. And as far as personal information goes, no, it does not store or even look up personal information. So it doesn't look up registered owner vehicle information at each vehicle. Essentially just takes a license plate into consideration for permissions. And it would help greatly as well with our parking counts and duration studies that we like to conduct so we know where we're at when managing the program. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
This isn't on license plate readers. You have a category of parking called employee parking.
Yes.
Do they get to park just anywhere downtown, or are there designated areas?
That's a good question. There are designated areas, yes. We have on the north side, we have employee north zone. So any street that's zone EN would be available for employee parking, and that includes our 2 new parking lots. The furthest north lot is zone EN, while the new lot on Aspen and Beaver is zoned both EN and ES. So both sides of downtown can take advantage of that parking lot.
So EN is employee parking?
Employee north.
And
I'm
employee
so
north.
sorry. Yep, EN is employee north, and ES is employee south.
So they'll have a different sign that,
Yes.
as opposed to the one that says you better pay.
Yes, and it actually will include a sign that does say pay to park. It'll say pay to park and employee exempt, and then below that it'll list the zone, whether it's EN or ES. You're welcome. Okay, without any further questions, I'm going to move on to the next, our next discussion item. I'd like to present to you, we will be coming back again with a first and second read on this, and we are hoping to have it before you before break this summer. I know it takes quite a bit of time to work with legal to get everything just right, but we are looking at asking for an ordinance change. Currently, we have a large list of repeat offenders, which repeat offenders are someone that has 3 or more outstanding unpaid citations. We call it a scofflaw list. And totaling more than $250,000 in outstanding citation fees. Currently we have no way to manage this. And we find that it's unfair not only to our paying customers, but to our enforcement staff. And the reason that we have no way to manage this is the way it's worded in the current ordinance. Excuse me. Currently, it's worded that someone has to receive 3 citations within the municipal court. Throughout the ordinance, it does list the office of the parking manager has authority, certain authorities. We would like to include the office of the parking manager as an authority in which someone, once they received 3 citations, we would be able to create a scofflaw list. So that is something that we will be bringing back later this season. Today I was just wanting to introduce the idea to you and ask if council was in support of us bringing back this ordinance change.
And you're looking for feedback right
Yes.
now?
Yes, right now. I'm sorry, I know this is a little out of the ordinary, but I think it would be easier to touch on each slide first. Everybody? Okay. Okay, so I will work with city staff. I'm excited to get this one rolling, and we'll be back with this one at a later date. Thank you. Okay, so the next discussion item I'm actually pretty excited about. It's the introduction of a possible multi-use permit. So what I would like to do is add a permit to our permit inventory. And I would like to see this possibly be a one-year pilot program. To give you a little bit of background, when the program was implemented, we received direction to not essentially offer parking permits to those who lived in multifamily unit residence. So small apartments above, businesses, townhomes on the south side, apartments on the south side. And it was just for fear that the amount of people living in those multifamily housing units would overwhelm the parking supply. But because we are seeing a change in work models, more people are working from home, we are not selling as many employee permits. So we have an excess in employee permits, I would say about 100 on the north side as well as 100 on the south side. And we would like to be able to offer those permits to residents in need. So not only would we sell our excess permits, but we'd be meeting the needs of the community. We would like to offer these at a reasonable rate. So the suggested rate that we'd like to move forward with would be $45 a month. We have vetted this program through the Downtown Business Alliance state board, with their board members, and they did like the program and they did feel that this was a fair price. We'd also like to offer the permits through an application process like a lottery. So there would be a certain time period in which someone would have to fill out these applications, and then we would draw randomly. Anybody that would be left over would then be put on a wait list. So once someone no longer needed a permit, maybe they were going to move, that the next person on the list would be able to apply for that permit. So today, or this evening, we are asking if council is in support of offering this permit at this proposed rate.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Would people be allowed to park on the street overnight in the winter?
That was my
That's
question.
a very good question. No, they would be, so they would be able to park essentially where employee north permit holders could park. And that's not on the street overnight, but we do have 2 lots available for overnight parking that gets them out of the way of the snow plows.
All right, so some of these would be off-street in parking lots.
Yes, they would be off-street
Okay,
in parking
well,
lots.
I'm a thumbs up.
Okay, thank you.
Sterling?
Councilmember Harris so did I. Vice Mayor?
I think I'm amenable to this, especially if the parking that it's coming from, if this is compensatory. It sounds like it is. We're taking available parking that's not being used from employee parking pool and just making it usable. I might have some more questions and some more hesitations if we were creating additional parking spots or additional permits for a limited number of spots. But it sounds like this is compensatory, so I'm good with it for now. Thank you. And
welcome.
45, it's a kind of a random question for me to have to try to answer. It sounds like you did the research and came up with that number with good logic, so I support the effort that's already gone into that number.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Harris?
In second thought, I had another question. Where are these people parking now? Do you have any idea?
That's a really good question. We receive multiple phone calls throughout the year from residents in these multifamily resident units, and they have no place to park. A lot of them, we give direction that maybe they reach out to private parking lots. So American Valet offers permits in some of their lots. We advise them to maybe reach out to businesses or churches in their area and ask if they have parking available. There are some paid parking lots that charge upwards of $100 a month. Like the Babbitt's has parking spaces that they lease, and as well as American Ballet. So it's very limited. It's very limited. It's a need that needs to be met, and I know that we cannot meet it fully, but I'm excited that we do have something to offer. Okay. Moving on to the last discussion point topic tonight. So this is, and I think the mouse works. Okay. So this is a small section of South LaRue Street between Phoenix Avenue to the north and to the south, and between Beaver Street, Phoenix Avenue and Cottage Avenue, I apologize, and between Beaver Street and South San Francisco Street. This is just one small block of parking on the south side. Right now, we manage that. It has very limited management. The only citation we essentially write on this section of street is for what you can see in this photo in the top picture here, and that's 18 inches from the curb or parking left of center. You can see that these two vehicles are parked facing the wrong way on the street. Other than that, the street is a very unique street in this area. It has no other management, whereas it's surrounded by either 2-hour time-limited parking or by paid parking on Phoenix, Beaver, and San Francisco. It's been requested by a local property owner, and it's been supported by some limited outreach that we look at adding some management to this one block on South LaRue. We do plan on doing some further outreach and go to door. There are 2 residents. One is a multifamily housing unit there on the corner, located, it's kind of here on the corner of LaRue and Phoenix, as well as another small residence on the west side of the street. So we do plan on doing a little bit more outreach, but we thought we'd at least bring it to you tonight to kind of look over and get a little bit of background on. Staff recommendation would be to install a 2-hour time-limited parking with employee south permit exemptions on the street. Now, the Office of the Parking Manager is able to change policy like this without going to council for direction, but we would really appreciate your input on this. We were curious if council would be in support of including this block within our managed parking with the provided staff recommendation. So, and I'm going to just scroll back one more slide so you can look at the picture and where it's located.
Councilmember Harris.
Okay, so I need to ask a question for clarification. So are you telling me or telling us that on this street there is a parking rule, but it's not being enforced?
Actually, there's no parking rule on this street. It's one of the only streets in this area that doesn't have either 2-hour time-limited parking. It's not a residential zone. It doesn't have metered parking, and it's kind of a mixed-use area. There's a commercial lot there. There's some businesses going in around the corner, retail, restaurant, and office space. So it's an interesting section where it's been asked by a local property owner that maybe we could do a little bit more management on that street. So
you do manage it if people are parked illegally in some way?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, council member.
I have a question and a comment. The multifamily development at the corner there, would they be offered a parking permit as well?
Unfortunately, no. They would have to, the only permits that we offer right now for residents are if you were in a single-family house. That is why we have the need, as in the last slide, to introduce this new multi-use permit. So no, they would not qualify for a residential permit without actually going through the lottery process when we move forward with the multi-use permit.
So they could?
So they could,
if
yes,
we
they
change, could. Okay.
Yes. And again, before we move forward on this one, we do plan on doing a little more outreach to the residents in that area.
Well, it makes sense to me, and it seems like it would be less confusing to people parking if everything was treated the same way.
Yes, definitely, I agree.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, I have parked on that street, and I think it would be a good change to make it a 2-hour max. I do have a real quick question. I had an occasion to be at the Murdoch Center over the weekend, and I don't remember the name of that street, but I had to park like 3 blocks east, and there was a business that had enough parking on the street for about 5 cars, but all of the curb was painted red. I have a hunch that that business just did that. Can you answer that, or should we talk offline?
You know, yes, that has happened in the past. We have unfortunately seen that in the past, and thank you for letting me know. We'll definitely take a look.
So
We'll
you
take
can
a look
check
at
on that and see if that's not authorized, then you'll paint it white,
Yes, we do have gray paint for those certain
gray or
instances.
whatever.
But I would definitely, I'll reach out with to Streets and Engineering to make sure that is either supposed to be red or not supposed to be red. But we can look into it.
Also, and can I get some red paint so I could paint in front of my house?
I honestly, I wouldn't recommend that.
Actually, I'm kind of kidding, but I have a fire hydrant on my property line, and people routinely park right in front of the fire hydrant. And I do think I could paint that, you know, just for that little piece.
Yeah, you have 15 feet to either side of your fire
Right.
hydrant within the city ordinance.
They literally park
yeah.
right in front of the fire hydrant.
That would definitely be worth reaching out again to Streets and Engineering. You know, they work with us, and we work together to paint curbs that need paint like that. So yeah, it's definitely worth reaching out. So that was my last slide for this evening, and thank you for participating a little bit in a different way and answering my questions as we went along. Does anyone else have any other further questions for me? I know it's late.
It's not that late.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate your time tonight and your input.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Okay. Yes.
If I might, we do have one online commenter for this item.
All right, let's take it.
Tyler, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute, you can give your comments now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tyler Denham. I'm calling today as a private citizen with some commentary on the proposed ordinance changes. So, on the first one, whether to offer permits for downtown residents, I am supportive. Shared parking is a best practice of any parking program, as it is more space efficient than separate parking lots for separate uses. The current state forces a separation between parking lots for city employees and residents, while opening up the lots allows shared parking between them. That said, I have a question about the implementation, and this is mostly directed at Gail Brockman. Why does Park Flag want to use a lottery system to award permits? A lottery system implies the demand for permits will be far greater than the supply. But if that's the case, why not raise the cost of the permit to lower the number of applicants? Utilizing a fee to lower parking demand is one of the fundamental principles of Park Flag. And the question is particularly pertinent in my mind because Park Flag is currently operating at a loss, at least according to the 2020 to 2021 report. This is mostly due to lingering effects of the pandemic. Park Flag generated a profit before the pandemic, but I'd assume getting back to positive is a priority. And on the second proposed ordinance change, whether to manage parking on South Blue Oaks Street, I am definitely supportive. As a resident of Southside, I wish that Park Flag would go ahead and expand to the rest of the neighborhood, as there's tons of parking conflicts around here. However, I do have a similar question to my prior one. Why does Park Flag only want to enforce a 2-hour limit instead of charging a fee? If demand for parking on the street is high enough, a fee is justified. If the demand is too low such that no one would pay the fee, then why is Park Flag worried about managing parking on that street in the first place? And I think Gail even mentioned at the beginning of her presentation that the prior method in downtown of managing parking via just 2-hour limits wasn't efficient, and that's why they moved to the fees. And again, since Park Flag is currently operating at a loss, why leave money on the table? Expanding the enforcement area with no increase in revenue means an even greater operating loss. The only reason I can imagine for not charging a fee is some difficulty with installing the meters due to the design of the street. Whatever it is, I'd be very interested in knowing what it is.
Sure.
And
Oh,
that's all I have for today. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so to answer the first question, why the lottery? We do believe that there will be more demand than we have supply. So we did, but we won't know until we actually offer up the applications to our residents. We also believed that there was going to be more demand than we had supply in the implementation of the program with employee permits, and we haven't seen that. So we figured we'd offer it as a lottery. For that reason, more demand than possible supply, and we would go from there. Now, we would like to implement it as a pilot program, so changes could be made. It could be brought back to council. We can kind of look at how it's going, how it went after a 1-year period. As far as why manage the 2-hour time limit on South LaRue, that just best matches the other time management or the parking management models in that area. Phoenix Avenue, Beaver, and San Francisco are the only paid parking streets in that part of the district. The rest are time limited 2-hour. Now I looked up, I searched for why, why was this implemented like this? And there weren't a lot of answers. I feel like that in the beginning they thought the most of the traffic they would see within those main arteries of downtown on the south side, essentially, and then that residents with single resident family parking passes would be using the rest, and then it would be filled in by those just coming downtown for short periods of time. So the 2-hour enforcement model seemed to be the best fit for those streets. So that's why we are considering the 2-hour time limit on LaRue versus paid parking. And then I think there was a third question, or did I get both of those questions?
And I believe that Dave was going to come up here and address the revenue.
Yes, please, David, address our revenues.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director. I get to work with Gail for the parking program as well as part of that. And we are not actually operating at a loss at this time. We did see, obviously, a complete suspension of revenue during the pandemic. It has taken some time to come back from that. However, we are functioning even within the 70% of the revenue that we were receiving prior to those changes. We are making our expenses and putting money into the lockbox at the moment. I also just want to mention that this was never meant to be something that was sort of profit-driven, if you will. It's about managing parking for the prosperity of the downtown and for the benefit of the residents in the area. And so our pricing structure is not necessarily meant to be as high as the market will allow. Our pricing structure is designed to be able to provide as much benefit as possible. So, we try to work with that. And that's also why we have the 2-hour parking versus just pay to park, is to try to find a way to best manage the parking within our program and within the district so that it can serve residents, it can serve visitors, it can serve employees, it can serve all those that want to come downtown. So I did want to just speak to the fact that we're not operating at a loss. We are currently making it work. Our expenses are increasing. Our revenue disappeared for a while, and I will commend Gail for being an extremely frugal project manager, program manager. She is doing a fantastic job, but we are making it work, and I believe our expenses are still significantly below the $1 million that you just saw in our last audited year's revenue. We can obviously provide financial updates from our previous reports and more current ones now, because I will say that over the past few years, we really have watched them recover from the pandemic, and it was a little bit of a strain. I think there was maybe some concern, but we're doing better now, and we still want to make sure that we're pricing, again, not to be at the peak of what the market will bear, but what feels like the right level to encourage behavior change and to manage parking as effectively as possible for the benefit of the residents and the downtown as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, David. I'll just add to that. It's great to hear Park Flag say that you're not profit-driven. There is an egalitarian aspect to this, and I would think that our public speaker, Tyler, would actually agree with this concept. We don't want to price people out of being able to park their car. The pressure we're under is that there's not enough parking for people who want parking, and the pressure that I'm under for myself is the overall objective of reducing the desire or the need for parking, because people are finding other ways to get themselves around town and other arrangements for how they utilize vehicles over the long term. It's certainly not, it would never be my objective to price those who already have a hard time experiencing equal opportunities in our neighborhoods out of an opportunity that would therefore only become available to those who can afford it. And I'm sure the public commenter would agree with that. Not entirely eloquently said, but I think I got my sentiment across there here at 8:27 p.m.
You hit the nail on the head, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Councilmember House said that Vice Mayor's comments touched on her question. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any general public participation? All right, moving down to item number 7, informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. Let's start online with Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing for me tonight. So tomorrow is the start, of course, of Black History Month. It is also National Freedom Day, which commemorates the signing of a joint resolution by Abraham Lincoln on February 1st, 1865, which would later be ratified as the 13th Amendment and recognized as the freeing of all those who were bound in slavery across these United States. It was the precursor to Black History Day, which itself was the precursor to Black History Month. And so I think it's a wonderful thing for our community to have an opportunity to recognize and commemorate in any small ways that any individuals would like to. That's it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Let's go down to Councilmember Matthews.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
I finally attended my first meeting last week for, what was it, the open space, very enlightening.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, real quickly, just in terms of 2 from, I would like to officially request an update or follow-up on the Attorney General having to cancel last week, I think it was. Would love to see some follow-up on that and get that rescheduled on the calendar again. And also, I've been looking through the working calendar, and I don't see anything on here all the way out through June and July and beyond specifying when we are going to be taking up the abortion resolution. I would like an update on or offline about the timeline for that. And I know that part of that was contingent upon the conversation we had with the Attorney General. So that's a little bit in flux, but I still want to keep the pressure on, and I want to make sure that we see a place for that on the calendar in the upcoming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I would like to bring forward a fair request. Flagstaff prides itself in being a pedestrian-friendly city. Our downtown alleyways are a major artery in getting people from point A to point B. With the snow and lack of sunlight, the alleys have inches of ice on them for days and weeks after a storm, making it dangerous to walk. I would like to explore options on getting the alleys safe for our community and visitors who come to our downtown to shop, eat, and explore. I would also appreciate an update on our snow operations. I know how hard our Streets and Pros team works, and we are now in the thick of winter. I realize this probably won't be brought up until after this season. However, my hope is that we can look into these options in preparation for next winter.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, that's interesting, because I was going to ask for either a fair item or a discussion, or however the city manager wants to handle it. Looking at my notes here about snow removal in general, a presentation to council, and in particular, there are attachments that can be put onto snow plows and other snow removal equipment that minimize driveway blockages. You know, like an arm that goes up and down, depending on if you're in front of a driveway or not. And I'll also note that this came up to council a few years ago, and council at that point decided that we wanted a presentation on that. And so I don't know, I guess that thing just sort of died a quiet death or something, but I would like to resurrect that. And I will mention that I did talk to Scott Overton and some of his staff people, and they told me that these ideas are impractical. I'm not convinced that's true, so I would like to have a discussion on it, maybe even possibly having a consultant come in that can talk about the equipment that is available and if it is or is not practical. And I also, you know, I'll finish up here real quickly. I understand that it might not be possible to have perfect snow plowing without blocking some driveways. But if we can make some progress, that would be worth it. The amount of time that individuals spend removing these snow berms from their driveways is extremely significant. So, Greg, does that get the idea across?
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'll let you handle that however you want, but I would like a discussion or a fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Quickly, I will not be at next Tuesday's meeting because Congressman Crane has invited me to the State of the Union address as his guest, and so prepare. City Manager?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we're adjourned.